Okay, testing, 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 testing. Okay, we have microphone. Yay! Hello, everybody. Today we might do it. Will we do it? I don't know. This is either going to be a stream of triumph or of failure. There can be no in between. I've got Kerbal stranded on Eve. It is the last place that we must go. So let's get it done. Also, in space news, we didn't get to talk about this yet because I had to skip last weekend. And yesterday I was too busy getting murdered by the Combine and soldiers to be able to, like, really talk about it. But Starship 3 was a thing. IFT 3 happened. Very cool stuff. So, you know, when we get some people into the chat, we'll probably rap about Starship 3 a little bit. Oh, loud birds. All right, first things first. There are two possible ways that I can do this. The biggest thing I have to do today is I have to get Kerbals off the surface of Eve. Now, I've been thinking about this a lot. And I think what I may do is, instead of sending one big spacecraft to get my Kerbals home, I might send two baby spacecraft. Very light, very small, that just get them off the surface of Eve. So, I'm going to begin comparing the weight. Yeah, this is a third of the weight. So I think I'm going to send two rescue craft to Eve, and we'll see if we can do it. So this is our first one. I don't think it's going to have a docking port on it. It's just going to stop near the near its mothership. That's all that's going to happen. So we're going to do little things, like I'm going to put a little baby probe body on top of it. Because I want it to be able to deorbit itself once it gets into space. So... Okay, so let's go ahead and start our process here. I need a probe body that is small. How much does this weigh? 0.1 ton. Alright, there we go. We need for command and control. There's that. Aerodynamics. Need a little baby nose cone. Alright, let's go to size. No, too little. Too little. Perfect. There we go. So that's going to be how we get out of Eve. Right there. This is it. This is all we're taking out of Eve. We're going to have a tiny... We're going to also select this. I want to know... This will be basically in a vacuum when we get up here, but let's go ahead and go to Eve, just to select it. Eve, there we go. All right, we're going to have to be smart. This is like the hardest thing to do in the game, what we're doing today. I didn't want this to be last. I wanted this to be before last. But it is what it is. So we must do it. That's a jet engine. Let's go to size. Okay, let's think about this. We want something small, but with a lot of oomph. Boom. All right, that's 2.5 kilometers a second right there. That's going to be enough. In fact, I don't even think we need that. Let's go to here. Let's grab this guy. 1.6 kilometers a second in a vacuum. That's all we're going to need. We're going to need, like, a little bit of power generation. So let's go to our electrics. And let's grab... What's the weight on this? 0.25 T. Includes passive radiators on the reverse side for heat dissipation. Okay. I know, right, Spud? Oh, thanks for stopping by. This is gonna be a long day, I think. Alright, but that right there is our orbital vehicle for Eve. Now the goal... Okay, so, Spud, we have a new plan. Alright, there's a new plan. And that's gonna be that we're gonna go and we're gonna send 2 spacecraft. Because the capsule that can hold 2 Kerbals is too heavy. So we're sending 2 complete spacecraft, 1 for each Kerbal. This will get them up to the mothership. There is no docking ring, nothing like that. They will stop near the mothership, get out. Yes, the thing you suggested before. They're going to get out and spacewalk over to the mothership with all their science. So yeah. This has 1.5 kilometers a second, and it is the final stage. So my thought process is we get this up very, very, very high. And that's when we let this one go. So now, we're going to need the other fucking 10 kilometers a second that we need to get this thing up into space. Will this work? I don't know. I have my doubts. I'm not going to give up, though. And I was, you know, oh, by the way, Spud, did you see IFT-3? Did you see Elon's big-ass rocket fly for the 3rd time? What'd you think? I thought it was pretty cool. The onboard stuff was neat. It sucks that it did... Well, I'll put it this way. It sucks that it... Hey, what's up, Chris? How are you? We're just talking about Elon's big-ass rocket number 3. I thought it was pretty cool. Like, I was pretty impressed. It sucks that they lost attitude control when they got into space. But, yeah, frankly, I think they've made pretty spectacular strides in a very short amount of time. I think that we've got Kerbals down there. In fact, we're going to call this Eve Rescue. Eve, no. This isn't a rescue. This is all by plan. Eve Return. Eve Ascent Craft MKII. Save. Alright, also what we're going to do is we're going to leave real quick. I want to go check on my Kerbals on Eve and just see how they're doing. They've been here for a while, and I wanted them to transmit some data. Oh my god, the birds are so loud. I hate those birds. But yeah, we're gonna get Kerbals back from Eve today. I'm gonna do a little bit. I don't know if it's I don't know if it's what I'd call a full, like ultra mega stream, but we're getting Kerbals back from Eve today if I can. If you might hear me eat on stream today, which I don't like to do, but if it goes that long, we may be eating on the stream today. All right, where is my Eve Dump Truck Ultra Plus? Okay, fly. Let's get some data transmitted off Eve, and I'll show you guys the problem. So here's Eve Dump Truck Ultra Plus. You can see it is just obscenely power hungry. What we're going to do is we're actually going to stop our research. Well, that'll save us a whole bunch of... Yeah, this is where we had our ladder shenanigans, where everything went ultra wrong. All right, do I have a good signal? I do. All right, so we're going to go to transmitter science. I just want these guys to keep transmitting their science, because they have a lot of it, and the goal is to have as much science as humanly possible at the end of our journey. Oh crap, I have radiators on this thing and I never activated them? Let's get those running. She thick. Yeah, it's the dump truck. You know, there was a whole series of streams about the building of the Eve dump truck. The concept is I don't want my Kerbals to have to walk. Once we're down, once I get the Ascent craft down, I want to be able to drive to the Ascent area and have the Kerbals be able to, get, just get to where they need to go very quickly. So we're just transmitting our data really quickly. We're not going to get all of it out. That should be set to allow partial. Should be set to allow partial. So we'll reach the end, but they'll just keep transmitting through the night. Let's time accelerate here. Come on. Okay, so they are done transmitting, and we have our science added. Days and nights on Eve are very, very long, but they're going to start transmitting now. Okay, it didn't transmit hardly any of the data. Why did that happen? Okay, stop research. Transmit data. Okay. Transmit all of your data. I know there's not enough electric charge. Okay, there we go. Now we're cooking with gas. So let's start. Okay. I don't know why it keeps doing that, but we're just going to keep transmitting. She acting a bit weird. Transmit science. Oh, hey, what's up, Lazy Dev? You installed Restock at some point? If that's a mod, I have not. I have no mods installed on this. This is totally vanilla Kerbal. 1000% vanilla Kerbal. Okay. Come on. Come on. Come on. Okay. So we're going to start research. Okay, that's super weird. I mean, we're getting through our science very quickly, but I think it's a little glitched, so we're not even going to worry about it. You know what? Yeah, it's in stock. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't know about the Rover variant until, like, an embarrassing amount of time through this stream. Okay, we're going to transmit our science again, because we're just always transmitting. My goal here is just burn through all the science they have, because I'd kind of like to see if we could get over 100,000 science before I finish this playthrough. Oh, and look at that. Beautiful sunrise on Eve. The solar panels. And if for some reason, because we're bugged to hell, it just does all the research immediately. All right, you know what? I'm going to deal with that when I have an ascent craft. But this is the problem, everybody. Just so you know, this was their landing craft. This is the craft that brought my Kerbals down to Eve. Just a single capsule with a heat shield. The whole plan was for them to hang out in the space dump truck their whole time here. There's plenty of snacks. In canon, I think I've probably sent them quite a few resupply missions, because getting things onto the surface of Eve is super easy. Getting them off is quite difficult. So, anyways, that's the scale of our problem right now. This is what we've got to do. So, let's head back to the Space Center, and let's get to work, because I don't think the craft that I built, despite its ability not to re-enter, I don't think it would have worked anyways. I don't think I have enough Delta V. So, back to the vehicle assembly building. A large portion of this stream today is going to be a lot of building. This is going to be a big build stream, everybody. But yes, it is the space. The space dump truck has, honestly, after the numerous attempts to get it down to Eve, it is good to see that it's finally done its job. All right, Eve Ascent. Oh, come on. Eve Ascent craft. Mark II. Load. All right, so we're going to keep working here. We're going to go here. Delta V. I want to go to Eve. Let's go to altitude for now, because this is going to be our next thing. I've heard vector engines work super duper duper well on Eve. Like, that's... So I want to know, just let's slap a vector engine on there. Not great. What about an arrow spike? I've heard they work well on Eve as well. Where is the arrow spike? There it is. Boom. Okay, slightly better, 919. The arrow spike is good. Okay, so we'll probably do some arrow spikes then. How much thrust does it have? It doesn't have a great amount of thrust. The Vector definitely is the heavy lifter, but maybe it works better the lower we get. But I know arrow spikes are super good sea level engines, so we'll see. Oh yeah, it does me too. It reminds me of the shock cone on the front of the SR-71 engines. Alright. I'll pull that off. I want to see, can we add a bigger fuel tank for a mid-stage? And now we're going to add let's see, what does this look like? Still not great. Arrow spike, much better. Alright, that's another kilometer a second. Okay, I'll come up here and add that. Do your maths. Well, that's concerning. It's not showing. Oh, Kerbal, you're doing it again, aren't you? Alright, there we go. So, altitude. It doesn't like this motor running in the atmosphere, but theoretically, this motor won't have to. We'll be high above the atmosphere when we do it. Okay, so that's my second stage. That's a good altitude stage. Now we got to start focusing on our landing where the majority of our oomph is going to be, which is our like climb out stage. That's going to get us up into the upper echelons of the atmosphere. So, nope. Then we're also going to have to get this thing to the surface of Eve, which I think is going to be, to put it mildly, a disaster. I have a little trick that I'm going to use to get Kerbals up to the top. They are not climbing up to the top. I'm going to use crew transfer. They're going to enter the bottom of the rocket, and in my mind, there's like a tiny tunnel that goes between all the fuel tanks that gets them to the top. Because if I had to put a ladder on the side of this, and then like something went wrong, and I couldn't get my Kerbals up the ladder after I got this all the way to Eve, you would probably hear me cry on stream. And nobody wants to hear me cry on stream. Aero spikes are super interesting too, because, you know, they basically use the atmospheric pressure around them as a rocket bell. They're neato. I don't think any have ever flown, though. I think that there's... I forgot what company it is. There is a company that's been talking about doing arrow spikes. Because their shape allows them to passively adjust to different atmospheric pressures, so they're just as efficient in thick atmospheres as in space. On a normal engine, the ideal atmospheric pressure depends on the size of the nozzle, but arrow spikes use some weird physics to create a virtual nozzle that automatically adjusts the pressure. What Spud said. There's a little vacuum tube, so they just get sucked in. Yeah, it's like that thing at the bank. You know, you put the little tube in and it goes, you know? Yeah, it's like that. That's how they're going to get to the top. Totally. Alright. Let's think about this. We're going to kind of have like an in-one... that's going to be a little tall. The thing is, we want this thing to be kind of like stout so that it doesn't fall over. Oh, I know there's another size up that I could use here. What about this guy? There we go. There we go. I feel like he's got buddies. There we go. All right. BRB may or may not come back today. Oh, hey, thanks for stopping by anyways, though, Spud. If you want to see how this, the insanity and dumbness of all this ends, definitely check out the VOD. I too like the thickness of the other cone. I'm just worried about I'm getting worried about how tall it is. Like it's got to be kind of short and stubby for this whole thing to work. All right, now we need a real deal rocket engine on the bottom, and this is where we're going to put our vector. Okay, so we're going to go here, and we're going to go to sea level. Okay. Okay, that's 2,500 delta V right there. Not great. I mean, it would almost make orbit at Kerbin, which this is probably going to be one of my lightest rockets ever built. But it's not enough to make orbit at Eve. Eve is the equalizer. The long ones hurt any that, you know, that's the thing, you know. I've been told there's a length limit, you know. And after that it's not as fun. All right, there we go. And now we're going to strap some tanks to this sucker. Boo, boo, boo. Bum. 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 This is a song we're all going to be pretty tired of when I finish this series of streams. Boom. Have I ever built a space shuttle? I have not. I have heard down the road of space shuttle lies frustration and sadness. Okay. Yeah, I've heard space shuttles are... I've heard they're easier in Kerbal 2. Okay. Alright, there we go. Right, that's 3,300 delta V right there. That's not bad. Let's see what else we can do. So, let's go to fueling. Sorry, I haven't played Kerbal in a couple weeks, so I kind of forgot where everything was. Nope. There we go. Okay, that's 3,500 delta V right there. I've heard it's pretty good now. Like, I've heard it's pretty solid. Yeah, and down the road of landing on Eve. I feel like, yeah, Kerbal 2 is to a point now where it's pretty solid. Like, that's apparently what I've heard, is that it's not the game that it launched. It is, you know, there is a full game in there now, you know? Alright, so I think that right there is pretty mean looking. I'd fly on that. Got some arrow spikes, got a vector to get a maximum thrust going. And I think what we're going to do is we're going to add another set of tanks, because asparagus staging is apparently how you win on Eve. So we're just going to asparagus stage everything here. If we can even fit some tanks in there. You know what? If we can't, we'll grab a couple of these boys. Yeah. Yeah. That's right, game. My God, what have you ever gone back and like watched an episode of Pimp My Ride and just realized like what an insane um window into that time period that show is? Like that show is so outrageous and insane. Okay. We're gonna go from here to here. Okay, that's 4,500 delta V. We're definitely getting there, everybody. These motors are going to need to be a little bit stronger to push us through the denser parts of the atmosphere. Okay. Okay, that's 4,200, so that's not really what I wanted. We got to keep that TWR over 1, though. Okay. We need something with a lot of atmospheric push. What can these guys do? Well, that definitely does the trick right there. But I also feel like those are gonna... Looking back, I'm less and less surprised it was all fake, and more surprised we actually believe they turned $1,000 Rust Box into a Pink Floyd gig on wheels in like a week back then. Yeah, I mean, genuinely one of the only shows that turns out to have been somewhat real from the reality TV era, which surprised the hell out of me when I read up on it, was American Chopper. American Chopper was apparently very unscripted, though all those people just loved fighting and hating each other. Hey, what's up, Spud? Welcome back. Yeah, all those people just loved fighting and hated each other, which is so fascinating to me. Mythbusters was also pretty real. Yeah, I love Mythbusters. Mythbusters was just like, I don't know, if you were kind of a nerdy kid, Mythbusters just tickled something within you that made you, like, love it, you know? Okay, my TWR, if I throw vectors on the outside, becomes pretty good, but I know these things burn through fuel like it's going out of style. Hey, no. There we go. All right, that's a thrust-to-weight ratio of almost 2, which means I can add more fuel. Mythbusters was really good. What's his face? Adam Savage has a pretty interesting YouTube channel now, because he's basically retired. Like, he made a lot of money off Mythbusters, and from what I understand, he lives pretty simply. So now he pretty much just does YouTube, and his YouTube channel is very interesting. It's called Tested, I think, with Adam Savage or something. And it's just him hanging around in his workshop building stuff. Honestly, he is living the dream. Okay. I mean, isn't that what we all want? Is to just mess around all the time and get paid to do so? Okay. That's 1.69, 2.26, 1.49, 1.03, and that's 0 because it's I guess just a total vacuum engine, or the computer doesn't understand what I'm trying to do here. Okay, everybody, it's starting to take shape. Now, for me, what this means, if I have 1.69 on my thrust to weight, it means I can add even more fuel. 1.7. Okay, screw that then. Let's add... We need more. More! More! Every tool is a hammer. I haven't read that. I haven't read that, but I believe it. You know, it's kind of how I play Kerbal Space Program. Like, I don't know if you guys have ever noticed, but I have kind of a specific way that I like to enjoy this game. 24 seconds. Okay, now that we have all this set up, I want to see what we look like at altitude. Okay. What altitude does Eve become like Kerbin? It's 19 kilometers, I believe. Okay, that's actually pretty that gives me some hope right there that we are gonna become like we're gonna make it on this one. I'm definitely carrying just about as much fuel as you possibly can. And at sea level, I do have a thrust to weight ratio greater than 1. It's 1.4. So... yeah, the story of Mythbusters becoming... oh, it's Adam Savage's book on how they did Mythbusters and how it came to be? Oh, okay. Mythbusters, the story behind Mythbusters is pretty interesting. I know a little bit from what he's talked about on, once again, on his YouTube channel. But yeah, it's kind of an interesting story, especially about how he got his job there. You know, it's one of those things that, like, it's one of those things where you can look at someone and be like, wow, they have the coolest job in the world. Okay, just gonna put our... we're gonna start strutting this thing out, because I think this is... I would say this is approaching somewhat of a more final design for what we're gonna send. I think let's go ahead and take a look at our totals. Vacuum totals are almost 9 kilometers a second, which I think is what you need to get off the surface vacuum total. So I think what we're going to do here is we're going to go ahead and I'm going to tack just a little bit more fuel on top, just so I feel a little bit better about it. I think that actually didn't help me. Okay, 8.37, 45. That gave me a little bit. The Martian has a lot of great quotes. But my favorite one is definitely this one. Colon. So we're waiting on our quote. Man, this is going to be a dumb rocket. You know what? Auto strut. Auto strut. That's right, everybody. I'm so desperate that I'm using auto strut. Alright, we're going to need some aerodynamics because Eve is a violent mistress. Luckily, I have the brain power of the entire planet Earth helping me with this. And hey, listen, if it's not stupid, hey, oh my god, I'm backing up here. Hey, listen, if it's stupid but it works, it's not stupid. I agree with that. Luckily, I have the brain power of the entire planet Earth helping me with this endeavor. So far, we've come up with drill holes in the roof of your rover and then hit it with a rock. We'll get there. I mean, isn't that the truth? All right, everyone, I do think... What do you guys think? How are we feeling on this? I think this could be the one. Okay. I know they've done some wacky stuff with the rovers on Mars to try to get them to work. Also, do you guys want to hear a super sad story that makes me sad every time I hear it? It's like adorable, but it's sad. I can't remember if it was Opportunity or Spirit, but one of them used its sample collection system that like sorts by grain size. it set on the surface of Mars and vibrated in order to create a tune, and it sung itself happy birthday. Just sitting alone on a desolate wasteland, the little rover sung itself happy birthday. Oh yeah, you totally called it, Spud. Yeah, the happy birthday thing. That's so sad. That poor little rover. Alright. I think we're going to try this. I think this is the rocket that we're going to go with. I don't know if it's going to work. All signs point to no. But we're going to try anyways. So, now we need to be focused on getting this thing down. So, the next step is going to be... also, I gotta figure out how I'm gonna do arrow here. I really don't want to have to carry extra weight out of orbit, but I think I'm gonna have to. Let's take a look here and see what we can do. Because there is a problem that we have, and it's that we need to encase this thing in a shell. So what is my smallest payload bay? Oh, damn it. Well, that's just not going to work. We may attempt to do this without a shell, everybody. Listen, Curiosity may be alone on Mars, but he has 8 billion friends he gets to show his favorite rock to every day. What more could you want? As a geologist, it's pretty... Careful with the struts. We don't want an EVA exit blocked incident. That is true, Chris, but these struts won't be here upon exit of the craft, because they will have disappeared because all of these engines are gone. Good thinking, though. That's good. That's solid thinking. All right. I have some issues with this rocket. Mainly, we're going to have a lot of trouble getting down into Eve, because my normal design isn't going to work here, where I put crap loads of air brakes on the tail of it to hold it straight. Right. And the structure connector points will not read residue on the cab, right? You know, I don't need your incessant logic here. All up being, like, smart and stuff, okay? There we go. Alright, now, getting... The big question is, how do we get it down? Because what I was going to do is I was going to put an inflatable heat shield on the bottom and an inflatable heat shield on the top, and just hope that drag holds it straight, and we go. I just don't know if that's the way it works. Okay, we can fit it inside of a shell. Sometimes about Prop M and the Forgotten Rovers. Oh, care to explain? What Forgotten Rovers? Care to explain? Okay, so what we're going to do is... Alright, let's think about this. Sorry, I keep getting distracted. I'm getting ahead of myself because, like, the insanity of what we're trying to do here is just so obscene. Okay, so we're going to do this. This is going to be our parachute stage. And we want every parachute available. I want this thing to go as slow as humanly possible on the way down. Oh! I forgot the most important thing about Eve, everybody. Do not carry anything off the ground that you don't need to. And these parachute housings, they weigh something. Everything has weight. So, everything must go upon landing, everybody. Everything must go. We have to get all of it off this thing. Prop M was the name of a pair of rovers that included on the Soviet Mars 2 and 3 missions in the early 1970s. They were sent over 20 years before Sojourner, but never got to deploy because Mars 2 crashed and Mars 3 failed within 90 seconds of landing. Oh, okay. Well, it's actually very interesting. You look at the Soviet, you look at the Soviet attempt to land on Mars, and I'm gonna be honest, you feel bad for them because they really tried. Like they threw the kitchen sink at Mars, and they just couldn't put it together. And then, being them, they're like, oh, well, screw it, we'll just go to Venus, which is a way harder thing to do. You know? Like, yeah, it's really fascinating to me because, yeah, they said, oh, Mars is, we're not doing Mars anymore. We'll go to Venus. They did a lot of ambitious stuff. They had that sample return mission they were going to send to the moon that was actually operating nearby the moon while Apollo was happening. And the concept was, well, we'll show the stupid Americans. They've spent all this money trying to go, They've spent all this money trying to go to the moon, and we'll just do it with a robot. Stupid Americans. And you think about it, I mean, it would have been a heck of a propaganda victory for them if they could have done it. It would have been a heck of a propaganda video. Oh, drogue shoots are coming, don't worry. I'm just, I'm having lovely conversation with my chat, so we're going a little bit slower than normal. But yeah, it's fascinating to me because, yeah, the Russians really, their space program was extremely Kerbal. Well, there's a famous quote by John F. Kennedy where he basically says, like, when they were going over, like, budgetary stuff for the moon, he literally said, like, I don't really understand. Outside of trying to embarrass the Russians, I cannot figure out why we're doing this. Like, it was like, it just, to him, he was like, is this the only reason? And all of his advisors were like, yeah, bro, this is kind of the only reason that we're gonna do this. I mean, he still went through with it. Him and I believe it was Nixon who was president when we finally did it, but they went through with it. We went to the moon out of spite. Mars 3 was technically the first man-made object to soft land on Mars 4 years before Viking. It landed in the middle of a global dust storm, and its antenna was destroyed less than a minute and a half after touchdown. The only data return was a half of a blurry gray image with no visible features. See, this is why I like having Spud here. I like the fact. I like the factoids. Alright, so there's our parachute system. There's our main parachute system. I hope this will work. I don't want to have to burn any fuel at touchdown. We're gonna have to put landing gear and our ascent ladder system on this thing. I may pull those solar panels off too. If I can get orbital, I can just have my main ship come and get this thing. But just in case, we're gonna leave those on for now. All right. Next, we need more ejectable landing equipment. Okay. Dropping all this in here. Gonna make it work. Putting these up here. We're gonna eject it all. Hey, we dick measuring contest with the Soviets. We want to put some lads on the moon, if that's cool. It is. I mean, so when I was in college, I dated a young lady who did not believe we went to the moon. And her consistent argument was the technology just wasn't there. And we had a great number of debates about it. And the one thing I kept saying is, like, if you read up about the moon landings, like, this was, a lot of it was seat of your pants stuff. It was right at the edge. It was, we didn't, I mean, I kind of agree with her. We didn't really have the tech to properly go to the moon. We kind of just made up for it with chutzpah, We just made up with it. We made up for our inability to go to the moon with, well, we're going to do it anyways, The Soviets did return samples from the moon. There were 3 successful sample return missions throughout the 1970s, but it didn't happen until after Apollo. Well, and the thing about robotic sample return missions is the mission to the moon where we got literally the most scientific knowledge was, I believe, Apollo 17, because that's when we finally sent a geologist up there. And in geology, you do learn there is really, truly no substitute for putting your nose against the rock. Like, there can be no substitute for having your nose on the rock. Alright, there are my drogue chutes. Try to keep this thing straight as it's coming down. There are going to be a lot of forces at work here as we come in for landing. This thing is going to be the problem. This is... I read online, I'm not going to say I read a guide, but I did read someone kind of talking about what it takes to get down to and off of Eve, because this has been such a frustration for this stream. And they said that your Eve return mission will likely be the largest single rocket you ever build. You're putting so much Delta V, you're carrying so much Delta V to another place that it's difficult. Now, I even considered launching this rocket up there empty and just mining for everything I needed. I've thought about it a great deal. So the big question here is, how do we do this? Do we want to have a scaffolding coming up here holding an arrow shell and another heat shield? It's difficult to build, but I do think it's the best way to do this. All right, before I have to put this thing into an arrow shell, let's focus on the problem at hand, which is actually getting this thing properly built. Because, oh my god, look at the stupidity that's here. This is the dumbest thing I've ever built. And you guys have been with me since the beginning, so you've seen me build some really stupid stuff. Alright, I need to focus on the landing gear now. Okay. I want a structural tube. Where's a structural tube? There we go. I wish they had a shorter structural tube. But I guess a beggar can't be a chooser here. And these are gigantic. Yeah, it looks like... Oh, that one's a little smaller. Okay, let's grab that one. Boop. Boop. There we go. Alright, so now... we're gonna mount all of our landing gear to these structural tubes, and then below our main engine will be a capsule on a decoupler. That capsule will be where the Kerbal climbs in, and then there will be a tunnel that leads to the capsule at the top. That's the plan, at least. So, we're not worried about our Delta V anymore because we've done all we can there. Maybe we make it, maybe we don't. Doesn't really matter at this point. So now we need landing gear. And our landing gear is going to have to be like the most stout landing gear we've ever put on a spacecraft. Because it's going to hold more weight than anything we've ever built. Okay. Actually, let me work from here and we'll start kind of radially outward. We don't want the landing gear to, like, clip or interfere. We don't want anything to stop us when we get down. Okay. Actually, yeah, let's do this. That's right, game. Oh, they all clip together. That's unfortunate. We do that. There we go. Okay. There's going to be a little bit of clipping that happens. I can't really help that. Unless we could put landing gear, like, inside the tube. No. Alright, we're going to have to hope that this holds it up. This is going to be a lot of weight for a single set of landing gear. When did they add the empty holes? The structural tubes? I feel like they've been here for a while. I feel like they've been here for a great amount of time. Alright, this is our landing gear. These stacks are going to be set to separate when these engines light. It will blow these away. They might be a DLC thing. Because I have all of the official DLCs, which I think is Breaking Ground and something else, some history thing. Oh, that's good coffee. All right. So there we go. Yeah, Making History and Breaking Ground. Yeah, I have both of those. All right, I actually kind of wish we could set these out on trusses and make them wider. But I think we're kind of at the limits for what's going to fit at an inside of a good aero shell here. So I think we're going to have to live with what we've got. If this thing manages to stay straight in the atmosphere, it's going to be a freaking miracle. What a stupid, stupid rocket I've built here. Okay, so that is that. That's how we're going to land. Now the question is, how are we going to get a Kerbal back up into this thing? Behold my brilliance. Okay, so there's that. And then under here, what we're going to do is we're going to put a little itty-bitty capsule, like a Mark I lander can. But I think lander cans are pretty not stout, so I'm a little concerned we're going to crush it while we're on our way in. But we'll see what we can do. Boom. So that's how they're going to get inside. And then... first, where is this guy? He goes here, because he's going to eject the moment we light the engine. So, there's him. Stop making me want more coffee before I give myself IBS. You could add fins which decouple after landing to help hold it straight. I mean, I'm kind of thinking that the parachutes will take care of that, but you know my normal... Well, you know my normal thing where I put a bunch of drag surfaces on a long post on the top? This time, my plan is I'm going to put another heat shield up there, and we're going to see if that works. I don't know how this is going to... Once we're in the atmosphere and under parachute, I'm not worried about it holding it straight. Because one of the heaviest parts of this rocket is going to be these engines. I don't know yet. I'm still figuring this out. This is all so complicated. Okay. Extend ladder. Yep, that will get to the surface. Retract ladder. All right, that's how they're going to get into the thing. And we will eject this, you know, stage 0, the landing stage, upon takeoff. But that's the plan right there, everybody. Can I put lights inside here? I can. What? Okay, there we go. Let's add some lights, because we're going to eject that anyways. In case we need to affect any repairs... Okay, there we go. Let's add those in case we need to affect any repairs. I don't know what we'll put in there, but we're going to worry about that later. And then we got to do like 1 or 2 more things. Let's tack on just to our landing stage here. Because it is going to be warm. It is Eve, after all. No. Is there somewhere... I think there is. Actually, I just found it. Let's see if on our landing stage we can tack on a couple of radiators just to get rid of some of the heat. There we go. All right. And we'll eject those when we take off, because we're not going to need them in space. Well, we should have them, but we're not going to use them. That way, all right, everything, all of our landing accoutrement will eject upon takeoff. I think we're going to call it done. I think this is it, everybody. Oh, I almost forgot one more thing. I almost forgot one last thing that we're going to need. Because we can't do this on our own. So let's do... some batteries. A little bit big. Yeah, can we put these over here and we'll just have these like... Yeah, that works. And then these will open and give us some power. Retract solar panel. Okay. Okay, everybody, what do we think? How are we looking? The goal, 1 Kerbal into orbit each time. God, there is no way this thing's not going to tip over. Oh, God. Now that I look at it, I'm not as confident as I was a second ago, everybody. Oh. It's so tall. Alright, we need to do one more thing here. Because there's just no way. If this works, it's going to be a miracle. You all are going to witness a miracle. Like, if this works, oh my god. Like, genuinely, I won't know what to say. Like, I haven't cried on stream yet, which apparently as a streamer in your streaming career you're supposed to do. If this works, you may hear me cry. Okay. Now, now we just bundle it in to a rocket, I guess. Give me a second, everybody. I gotta remove my poncho. I just got a little bit hot. Okay. And we're back. And we're back. Okay. Sorry, I'm just trying not to get overwhelmed with the insanity of what I'm looking at here. Luna 24, the last Soviet sample return in 1976, was actually the last soft landing on the moon from anywhere until China's Chang'e 3 in 2013. For 40 years, humanity just straight up sent no landers to the moon. That is sad to me. I do like how recently, though, everybody's been putting something on the moon, and I love how Kerbal it is. Like, the Japanese lander fell upside down, and I think, like, the private lander from the US is also sitting on its side. I think it is hilarious how Kerbal it is. Oh, well, hey, Spud, thanks for stopping by. If you have time in 5 or 6 hours, I will still probably be here crying, trying to make this work. But if not, I will catch up with you soon, and definitely check out the rest of the VOD on YouTube. Also, I haven't had if any of you have left comments on the YouTube, I haven't had a comment reading day. I'm going to, where I just sit alone in my apartment and read and respond to all you guys' comments. So do not worry, that day is coming. Watch that space for responses. But yes, Spud, have a great day, and thanks for stopping by. Okay. This is it. Payload. You know what we're gonna do? Put repair kits in there. Okay. Don't really need much else. Stamp it. Huh, interesting. EVA experiments kit. We're gonna drop a couple more EVA repair kits in here. We just want to get as much as we can in there. All right, I think that's good. Okay. Now it's time to build our arrow shell, and then we got to figure out how we're going to get this thing to Eve, because this thing is way larger than anything I've ever built. Just trying to think about how I'm going to do this here, folks. Okay. Idea time. Okay, we're going to introduce a small amount of asymmetry into the rocket. But asymmetry never hurt anybody. Okay, I didn't want for that to happen. Okay, let's do this. There we go. That'll hold that together. All right, now we got to figure out how we're going to encase this thing into an arrow shell. And the first thing we truly need to do in order to do that is we're going to have to build a truss on the top of the rocket that holds the top of the arrow shell up. Now, I've built these before. They're a little finicky, but I can usually get them to work. I really don't want to put that on the side of that capsule, though. Huh. Kind of locked myself out of doing what I normally do here. I wonder, can I just put one of these guys right on top of there? No, I cannot. All right, I got to think about this for a second. A lot of thinking happening today, and it's new to me, everybody. Okay. I think that's what we'll do. Okay. Structure. Okay. There we go. All right. And we'll strut all this out here in a second. We're just trying to figure out how exactly we're going to do this. Come on. Attach, darn you. Attach. Okay. There we go. There we go. That's what I want to see. Okay, so what we're going to do up here is we want to attach our, you guys have seen this before. We're going to have an arrow shell kind of attached to this thing. And we want this to be like dead above the top of our rocket. This needs to be perfectly in line with it. There we go. Okay, so the concept is we'll have an arrow shell top up here, and above that we'll have our long stick that's going to hold not only our arrow surfaces, but this time we're going to put on another heat shield. In case this thing flips, we'll have 2 heat shields on either side. Will it work? Probably not. This is going to be my most complex landing craft that I've ever built also. Like, look how many stages we have just to get this thing to get to the ground. If this works, it's going to be a miracle. We might attempt some kind of mid-space refueling for this, because I just don't see how we make this work otherwise. So this might be the first spacecraft in this game that we refuel in orbit around Kerbin to get it to Eve. Okay. What we're going to do here is we're going to attach this thing via tons of struts around the spacecraft, because we just want it when it pops. We want to have a ton of struts so that we don't have... This thing is going to be under a colossal amount of stress. And when it pops, it's going to relieve a lot of stress. So there's going to be a moment of a lot of internal forces on this rocket doing a lot of stuff. Okay. So when that pops off, that's going to carry our top... the whole top rig is going to be carried along with it. That's the point where we'll probably have our drogues deployed by then. Well, actually, this will probably deploy chutes first. Then we'll pop our shell off, deploy our drogues here, and begin the process of separating these 2 objects. Okay. It's going to be wacky, everybody. Okay. So first, let's think about our... Okay. Sorry, just thinking. Concentrating deeply and heavily on how this is all going to work. Sorry, I was away for a second. What am I looking at? You were looking at how we're going to encapsulate this into an arrow shell. This piece is going to break away as we begin to reveal the rocket. If you were here for the space dump truck, it's kind of the same thing. Slowly, we're going to start stripping away arrow layers, parachutes, and everything as we descend into Eve. but this is going to be how we're going to protect our rocket. So what we're going to do is... Sorry, my brain is just... I'm burning through, like, probably thousands of calories right now trying to figure out how I'm going to do this. Yeah, you know what? Let's do it. Okay. Okay. We're gonna need a decoupler here. Okay, so now we need to strut the hell out of everything here, because the internal forces on this rocket are going to be just colossal. Like, okay, and I've got this set right here. So this is gonna... What? Oh, okay. This is gonna need to be its own stage. Where are you? Is that you? Okay, so we're gonna come down here and drop you here, because this... When this stage is off, a whole bunch of stuff is going to have to immediately happen to get this thing away from the rocket, because this could break the rocket. So it's going to have a bunch of its own parachutes that pull it off the rocket. So we're going to put parachutes here. Parachutes are going to go here. Solid fuels on the inside. Oh, yeah, like some little Sepitrons, Seppi boys. I think that's a great idea. I'm going to put a chute. I'm going to put a set of chutes out here, too, just to grab this and yank this arm away from it. Okay, where did my parachutes go? Oh gosh, I should have staged these as I put them all... Okay. Okay, there we go. Come on, come on. There we are. Okay. God, this thing is so... I'm trying to keep my staging straight right now, because I feel like if I lose myself in this staging... we're done. We're done if I do it. So I'm trying to keep it all straight right now, because the staging on this thing is going to be wacky AF. Stages are 90... Well, we got to slow down. And it's so heavy that I think we're going to need every bit of altitude we have to get this thing stopped. You know? Like, it is going to take all... of the... It's going to take all of our capability to get this thing, you know, off of the rocket. Okay. I'm going to put another set right here. That's just going to pull it up and away. I'm flying with Microsoft with 100 knots of headwind and basically stationary here. I haven't done a Microsoft Flight Sim stream in a while. Don't worry, everybody. They are planned. I do want to do more Microsoft Flight Simulator for everybody because it's so much fun. I just haven't had the chance yet. Okay, so we should be able to... Let's check our fairing. Let's see if we can actually build one. Oh, it's gonna be a long boy. No, come on. I should be able to... Oh, gosh darn it. I hate it when it does this. The fairing building tool, I'm really hoping they fixed in Kerbal 2, because it's a little bit garbage. Okay. Let's try this. Especially if you're trying to build, like, inline fairings, which is what I'm trying to do here. It can be a little bit garbage. There we go. All right. So the fairing can be built. Oh my. So this is right here what we're going to heave into the atmosphere at Eve. This is it. This has to go into Eve's atmosphere. So let's go ahead and grab, let's make sure we can... I mean, it'll protect it. I'm gonna grab this. I'm gonna move these guys outward. There we go. Deflate heat shield. All right, so let's grab another heat shield. This one goes boop boop right there. All right, everybody, that's it. That is our Eve landing craft. We have to get that into Eve. Yeah. Yeah. It is a majestic space shaft. Oh my god, it's so heavy. Like, what are my stats here? It's 180 tons. We have to get 180 tons to Eve and into orbit, and yeah, into the atmosphere. Basically pinpoint land it near my Kerbals. And we have to do it twice. This only gets one Kerbal off of Eve. What a stupid, stupid, stupid thing. Okay. Even my boy Elon and his Starship would struggle. Actually, I don't think Starship could lift this. I think it can do 100 tons. Okay. Now, we need a couple of things that are going to have to be a part of this ship, even though I don't want to carry the weight. I'm going to need... So, what is the lightest radio antenna? .05, 0.1, 0.005. Okay. Okay. I'm going to hide this down here. That's going to be my comms there. And I don't know, we'll slap one of these up here somewhere. Actually, no, we're going to slap this guy up here, and he's going to hide underneath the heat shield. Okay, rotate. Antenna.
Wait, heat shield? Oh, that clips like crazy. We can't do that. I hate things that clip. Okay. Well, that doesn't work at all. Tracked antenna. We just need some re-entry antennas on the top and on the bottom. These will get us good signal while we're re-entering. Okay. Good God. All right. I don't know, everybody. I just don't know. I want it to work. Genuinely. I want to get my Kerbals home. I just don't know if I'm smart enough. Okay, there we go. That goes to Eve. That is the Eve Ascent Vehicle Mark II-A. Will it work? Experience says no. But we're gonna give it a shot. All right. So what I want to do... Are these all my drogue chutes? They are. What is this? Okay. Okay, well, all right, so I got to start thinking about how we're actually going to set this thing down. So, it's going to re-enter the atmosphere under our heat shields. We will break apart that, exposing the rocket once we're at a safe fall speed. I want to add some drogues to the top. So what we're going to do is we're going to orient it first. We're going to get our orientation proper first, I think. That's the way we have to do this. So... these drogues on top will get us oriented. Then we'll break the rocket apart. We'll break apart our aeroshell. Okay, I don't know why. What are you doing here? You are in the wrongest place possible. You go up here. Okay. Then, once we're under that, I want to inflate every single one of my drogue chutes. So get the rocket oriented in the right way, but still falling at a good speed. Then, we're going to eject this section. Okay. That will be this. There's some Sepatrons here that I don't know what happened to them. So let's move those Seppi boys down here. Okay, so that will all eject off. So those go here. Those parachutes go here. Because we want all of our parachutes to activate. Then we're going to light all these parachutes off. That'll put us under full chute. Then that will land. Then we'll eject all our chutes. We'll take off, ejecting all of our landing accoutrement down here. I don't know where this guy ended up. Because we need to eject him before landing. So we want him to be up. He needs to be his own stage because we need to be under proper chute before we eject him so we won't come back up into the craft. Okay. All right, everybody. All right. Now it's time. We must put the largest rocket or the largest payload ever made in this game into orbit, and we have to do an interplanetary stage. The interplanetary stage for this rocket is gonna have to be biblical in size. Like this thing is gonna be obscene. And like I said, I'm gonna start running through this as we build it. I am not willing to rule out that we have to refuel this thing in orbit. And we're gonna, no matter what we do once, everybody, we're gonna have to do it twice. So let's go ahead and start building up this machine. Also, let's add some... Let's go ahead and add some struts down here to hold this whole thing in shape as we catapult into Eve's atmosphere. Okay. There we go. That'll hold that steady. All right. Lots of struts. I have a feeling this is gonna be a wobbly boy. Okay. I don't like that one, so let's take that off. Let's go to stack separators. Nope. I want one that's the right size. Nope. Nope. There we go. All right. That's the way. That's the way we're going to do this. I'm going to make sure it's not going to send anybody up with us here. We do not want any Kerbals on board this monstrosity. What a stupid, stupid rocket. Okay. Okay. Gotta think for a second here. Interplanetary stage. We must have an interplanetary stage. Structural robotics, coupling, payload. What am I thinking here? I'm just putting my thoughts together here, everybody. We can go bigger. There we go. What is the biggest fucking thing I have? There we go. Pardon my language, everybody. Don't normally like to drop an F-bomb on stream. Try to be respectful. Also, sneezies. Give me 1 second. Big sneeze. Okay. Now. Meow. We gotta do a couple of these. And a few of these. Yeah! Yeah! To hold this thing steady. Auto strut. There we go. Okay, so we're going to take this and we're going to go liquid oxidizer to 0. And now... Yeah, mega. Mega huge. Biggest rocket I've ever built, this is going to be. The sheer amount of Delta V that we're going to need here is... I'm trying not to be intimidated because the mind boggles at what we're going to have to do here. Like, if we get this thing in orbit, it's going to be the first of several miracles that we need today. So my concept is we're going to hold as much liquid fuel in as small a space as we possibly can.
Why on God's green earth are you doing that? The big tank? Because I got a heat shield in there. Yeah, there's a heat shield on the lower fairing plate, because we're not going to bust that fairing until we are at Eve. Like, in the atmosphere of Eve. Because that fairing's going to... When this thing tumbles, and they always tumble, that fairing is going to help provide some protection. Alright, there we go. So that is a absolutely colossal amount of liquid fuel. And we're going to put more on. Because here on Poopy Boop's channel, we put the more in moron. Come on. I mean, honestly, if we manage to get this whole thing into a fairing, it's going to be kind of a miracle. I'm beginning to wonder if we're actually going to fit this thing into a fairing. Yeah, that's kind of the plan. In fact... Oh yeah, it'll fit. Yeah, this is gonna go into a fairing. You're gonna see... Just wait, you haven't seen my brilliance yet, but this is all going into a fairing. Let's go ahead and go to vacuum. Behold. Behold my plan. Yeah. Well, don't feel too bad for my CPU. I have a 3950X. I got 16 cores, 32 threads, 4.2 gigahertz running on water here, baby. She craves the violence that I'm about to put, like, towards her. But yeah, this is going to be the single most obscene thing I've ever built in this game. And we ain't done yet. If you thought we were done, I have some news for you. How many thrust to weight ratio is 0.08 on this stage. Why is the upper fairing gone? I build fairings. Last thing I do is I build fairings when I get ready to launch. Because they sometimes, if you're putting fairings inside fairings, they kind of tend to interfere with each other. Yo, dog, we heard you like fairings, so we're gonna put a fairing inside your fairing. But yeah, that's the method to the madness that you were seeing here. Is fairings are inside of fairings that are inside of fairings. We're gonna have 20 nuclear engines on this thing. I feel maybe that it's apropos that the final rocket I ever build in this game is kind of a testament to how I play Kerbal Space Program.
You know? It's the ultimate expression of the way of the poop on how this game should be played. Okay. Now we're gonna have to turn this thing. And while I have some spinny boys, some reaction wheels on it, we're gonna have to actually turn it. Where's command and control? I can never find command. There it is, command and control. Yeah, the TWR right now is 0.09. It'll get there. It's got 4,300 delta V, but it ain't gonna get there fast. We'll probably tack much more fuel onto it here in a few minutes. I just am kind of trying to figure out how I'm gonna mount everything. Fuel. Yeah, probably. The goal today, everybody, is... it's monoprop. I don't want monoprop is dumb. I don't think I've used monoprop for basically anything on this entire playthrough. Oh, that would have been convenient. That's almost super convenient. Hang on. Boop. Boop, 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 boop. It's gonna interfere with the shape that I want my... You know what? No. Boom. Dang it. Move. There we go. There we go. Yeah, if I can... I don't even know if I'm going to be able to get this to orbit. Like, if I can get this to orbit, it'll be kind of a miracle. Oh, that has... These have oxidizer in them? I thought these were just giant liquid fuel tanks. Oh. That changes everything. Are there liquid fuel variants? Okay. Give me a second, everybody. Sorry. Okay, we're gonna put this guy out here somewhere, away from us. Okay, where is my liquid fuel? Okay. That's alright. That's okay. We'll just... We'll just rebuild it. We have the technology. Boop, boop, boop. Boop. Alright, now I have to do my weekly lookup on how to copy in this dumb game. How to copy parts in Kerbal Space Program. Alt, left click. Okay. Alright, so we're just going to get this sucker built again. So we're just going to go boop. And then we're 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 going to go... Nope. I wonder if I could nestle one more set. Okay, no. Yes, I can. There we go. Yeah, that would have been too easy for the Kerbal folks. Alright, so that's what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
7 times 4, that's 28 engines. And that gives us a TWR of 0.1. Yeah. Heck yeah. We doing it, folks. Okay. Well, they only make these adapters in liquid and in rocket variants, which is unfortunate. I'll have to come up with an idea there. But first, back to command and control. Boom. That's going to let this thing actually turn. We'll grab these adapters, and we're just going to slap them on there. Even if they hold liquid fuel, it does not matter. We can make it work. I don't think I like that one. What about you? Yeah, you'll actually work better. Okay, no, that was not supposed to happen. There we go. Yeah, you'll work a little bit better, I hope. Let's go to rotate. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, boop. Okay. Yeah. All right. No! No! Okay, next we're going to go to move. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. There we go. And then we're gonna go here. We're gonna right click on you. We're gonna bring our oxidizer down to 0. And that's 6.7 kilometers a second. That is way more than we need. We can actually be a little stupid about getting out to Eve. So there we go, everybody. This, I've still got to put on my utility stuff. Radiators. What else? Radiators, solar panels, batteries. But this is it, guys. This is what we're gonna go. This is what we're going to Eve with. So this is it outside of its cover in all of its glory. We still have to launch it to space. Destination airport is yellow. I'm scared. What is the meaning of the destination airport being yellow? All right. We're going to finish this interplanetary stage. When I'm done with that, I'm going to start... I'm going to go use the restroom. Then we're going to build our launch stage. And then we're going to get it done. We'll also use that time to run some commercial and get Daddy Bezos some money. And then we'll try launching it. So, for this interplanetary stage, I need utilities. So... we're going to throw a Gigantor solar array on here. Okay. Let's go ahead and check that. Let's make sure that works. Whoop. There we go. We'll retract that. We're going to need some batteries. We're going to just slap those right there. That'll give us all the battery power we really, truly need for this thing. WX equals weather. So there's significant weather. Downpour, turbulence in the air. I think you got it. I think you got it. What are you flying? That's another big question. That's an important question. All right, we're also going to auto strut. Okay. And we need big radiators. Radiators. They need the largest radiator. There is the big one. Those do not open up and look cool. We need large radiators that opens up and looks very cool. Actually, let's go ahead. Yeah. Because, fun fact, everybody, cooling this number of nuclear engines is probably going to be a bit of a challenge. We're actually going to put radiators basically all over this thing. Because, yes, I have a theory that we're going to do some hot burns. Okay. The burns for this thing are going to be long, and they are going to be warm. Okay. Oh, room to spare! Room to spare! Oh yeah, the volumetric clouds in Flight Sim are... I mean, they are art meets science. I just like, it's a game that makes me love flying around my home state because it's just so beautiful. Okay. Oh, radio transmitters. We're gonna have to talk to people. So let's go here to comms. Oh my god, everything looks so tiny in comparison to the obscenity that is this rocket. Okay. Also, the default parameter for the A320neo autopilot are insane. If you have it on open ascent, it will pull a casual 4,500 feet per minute on you. I mean, I've done streams where in the Pilatus PC6, I descended at like 5,000 feet a second on autopilot using beta flight mode. It is an awesome feeling. I love the. We're gonna do more PC6 streaming one of these days. Okay. Everybody, behold. We're sending that to Eve. We're also going to make this silver, because I like the silver one. Yeah. Alright. Let's go ahead and save this. Can I not do the escape? Alright, let me exit out here real quick, and I am going to go make coffee, use the restroom, and make Daddy Bezos some money, and maybe get some chips, because we are going to be going for a while yet. We've still got to build our launch stage. Then we got to try to launch it, get it into orbit, get it on a path to Eve, land it, take it off, see if it works. If it does, under robotic control, we're going to revert that flight back to where it was landed and send another one out for our second Kerbal. So we have a long day ahead. So I'm going to use this time to use the restroom, make some chips, or get some chips, and make some coffee. I will be right back, everybody. And like I said, we're going to make Daddy Bezos some money. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing. Gotta check that. The mic is good. Here we go. And we're back. Okay, let's go back to our vehicle assembly building and get back to work on the rocket. You're gonna hear me eat on stream. I don't like to do it, but if we're gonna go for as long as I think we're gonna go for today, I think I gotta be eating some food. Okay. Now it must go into a rocket. And I don't want this thing to be much taller. So we're basically going to have to fit our entire lift stage in here. Okay, we got a little glitch going on our screen over here. That's always good. There we go. Okay, I fixed it. I fixed it. Okay. All right, deep breath. Don't be nervous. I'm like genuinely nervous right now about how we're building this thing. Like it's I want it to work because I've suffered so much failure at the hands of Eve. Like I want to have victory. I want to be able to sit here and tell you all that we did it. You know, I want to be able to sit here and say to everybody, "Oh my God, it worked." You know? What we're probably seeing is going to be the most powerful, insane launcher I've ever had to build. A cinematic masterpiece. I like that you think this is going to be a masterpiece and not just a controlled disaster. I mean, I feel like we're truly beginning to max out the size of the space assembly building here. Okay, we need rocket engines. Okay, this makes... I thought I had a different rocket that I could put... Well, maybe I can fit those in there. Let's see if I can fit those, because I've started putting a Rhino in the middle of this engine plate here. For the reason being that, god dang, that it allows me to add this, to add, like, make obscene amounts of thrust down here. All right, so we're going to put... Boom, and then what we do with these is... There we go. We just tuck them in there around it. The Rhino being the main star of the show, but... Alright, so what we're going to do next is we need giant stack separators or giant hydraulic detachment manifolds. Going back to our fuel tanks. Bring this up here. I mean, if this thing, we get this thing into orbit the first try, like I said, it'll be the first of a great number of miracles that we require today. Okay, there's that. Let's go up to our rocket engines. Each of these guys makes an obscene amount of thrust, so they're going on there too. You guys are actually going to separate, right? When I click that button, you're not, like, sitting right on top of the separator and not going to not separate. Okay, come on. There we go. That's how you're supposed to sit when you're going to separate. Okay, that's not mutually exclusive. Yeah, it's... Okay. You're going through the cloud, zero vection. I have yet to do a full ILS landing. ILS is kind of scary for me. I've never done one. Like, automated approaches and everything are very scary to me. I want to learn how to do them. So perhaps one of these days we'll do a stream where I try it. We still have to do the long Antarctic stream as well. I just want everybody to know that I definitely haven't forgotten the Antarctic flight stream that we're going to do from New Zealand to Antarctica. I just have to find a period of time to do it. I have to get the fix installed for the DC-3. I have to get you guys to send me, like, an entire playlist of infomercials to watch. Oh, you do my final approach on BRB. Yeah, good luck. We're all counting on you. Actually, no, these are gonna be stubby boys. Okay, we do not have enough thrust yet to get off the ground. We do, I just had to set this correctly. Oh my god, these chips are so good. Where's my arrow? These don't have fuel in them. I want fuel inside. Lame. Also lame. Okay, we might have to get a little tricky with our build here. Let's see what we can do. Can we shift these down? Just a little. That might make all the difference. Meatar glitched out, put me into a giant air hole, stalled me out, and basically put me into the ground from 6,000. I hate... Yeah, it's a little glitchy. Oh, Flight Simulator. Alright. Okay. Well, that's our... But you learned something. You learned what it looks like to fall towards the ground at that speed. No. I want to grab you. Yes. Okay. So I got real quiet, everybody. I'm having a big think right now. Your reward, Chris, for all that hard work is going to be watching this happen. Think of it that way. Hey, we got a delta, or we got a TWR of more than one, everybody. Okay.
Now, the next step thing we need to do is go to our fuel before we forget. Oh yeah, this is the most absolutely obscene in a playthrough of Kerbal filled with obscene, stupid things. This wins. It is, like I said, apropos that this will be the final rocket that we launch in this, final rocket that we build, hopefully. Okay. Okay, that middle stage is not going to have a lot of thrust. So we really need to be close to orbit by the time we start popping all these off. Okay, we're going to keep going. Also, we're going to auto strut. We need some Seppi boys. You know what? Well, we're just going to put them on the side. It'll be easier. And these rockets, each of these things is so big that we're going to need a lot of Sepatrons here. Okay, there we go. I'm going to put an equal amount on the other side. Okay, we want to put them on the right way around. That would have been exciting. The goal here is we want we want to get these things. All right, so I need to call Indian food or pizza for comfort food. Mourning the 185 people tragically taken us by glitchy meatar. I really like Indian food. I mean, I love pizza too. Like, I'm good either way, but Indian food right now, I would kill for some Indian food. I might get to eat some next week, which I'm really excited about. Because I have to go on a business trip this week, and one of the hotels, it's not the one I'm staying at, but near me in the town, has some really, really yummy Indian food. There we go. All right, so that'll get these things away from the rocket when we eject them. But we're not done yet. We need more Delta V. I'm preparing to make an executive decision about this rocket because I just don't think we have enough oomph on the bottom. Yeah, we're going to be taking off at about a frame a second here, everybody. But yeah, Indian food to mourn the loss of all those poor people. Need to do one more thing here. Okay. Okay, next step, more rockets.
What's the burn time on these things? That was such a jump scare. I was looking down at my MCDU, making sure the ILS beacon was correct and stuff, and suddenly all hell breaks loose, and 3 different GPS warnings start shouting at me. People don't realize how frightening a flight sim can be. Okay, there we go. Okay. Give me 1 second. I have to send a text to everybody. All right, there we go. Just had to send a quick text out. Sorry for the wait, everybody. Okay. Okay. Read my chat. Being a good streamer. Okay. Now, each of these guys is going to need their own set of Sepatrons. So, let's go here and get that built. But yeah, people don't realize, like, Microsoft Flight Simulator is not meant to be a horror game, but oh boy, can it be one when it wants to be. Break to disable them. Okay, I keep turning pre-roll ads off, everybody, but they keep turning on. So if you have to see an ad before you watch my stream, that's on Twitch. Because I don't like to hammer my super nice, like, followers with ads. Eventually, I want to get some subs on this channel, but I don't want anybody subbing until I've, like, properly made it so that you get something out of it, you know? Like, I would feel guilty if I'm not providing something, you know? Alright, there we go. Okay, everybody. It doesn't get more insane than what we built here today. Let's go ahead and save it. Let's start strutting these SRBs out a little bit, because they are gonna have to deal with some pretty severe... This whole rocket is going to be dealing with some of the most severe forces we've ever seen in a rocket. This is going to be a 1 frame a second launch, I think. So let's go ahead and start trying to mount this thing to the launch platform. That's kind of what I'm expecting to see happen. The issue is there's nowhere up high. Well, I guess I can mount them here. It's difficult to find good spots up high where I'm going to be able to mount launch clamps to actually hold this thing up. I anticipate this thing might actually turn over and fall on itself. Okay. First burn is 80 seconds. Next burn, 134 seconds. Okay, I'm just hoping I have this set right. We're going to find out. Okay, now we build our fairings. Okay, that's built. Now we build our second fairing. I may have already made a mistake here, everybody. Yeah, I already did. Dang it. Building the fairing is going to be really hard here because I got to kind of stay with it. Otherwise, we're not going to be able to get high enough in the VAB to actually build it. But the gosh darn writing here is... Come on, let me build it. God, I really hope they've built better fairing construction tools in the next Kerbal. Because this is like... This is so frustrating. All right. There it is, everybody. Okay. Ejection force 600. Clamshell deploy, absolutely. We're going to do 4 sides. There we go. No, you... Oh my god. Kerbal, you're being really annoying right now. Oh my god. Kerbal, seriously, guys? Oh, man. All my symmetry is messed up now. Okay. All right. We're going to hit save. No Kerbal is riding this thing because no Kerbal ever should. Here we go, everybody. Launch attempt number 1. Oh my god, these chips are so good. We are holding right now for my computer to load this monstrosity. Just wait, everybody. It doesn't sound like it's crashed. We're getting launchpad sounds. Step 1 is complete, everybody. She is sitting on the pad. Okay. SAS on. Throttle all the way up. Oh my god, did you see how slow that was? Okay, we are... Here we go, everybody. 1 frame a second. Let's go. It has failed. We are going to watch the failure. I may have just crashed KSP. Yep, we just crashed KSP, everybody. Ah. Okay. Let's go to play and let's get back into KSP. that was a hard crash, everybody. These are good potato chips. Well, while we hang out and wait for it to load, yeah, Elon's big ass rocket was pretty darn cool. I was definitely in awe of the spectacle. Apparently, they've gotten some more thrust out of the first stage, too, because that thing really... Even IFT-2 didn't tear off the pad like IFT-3 did. It wants to fly. Like, heck of a spectacle to watch that thing fly. Okay, we're gonna reload KSP and try this again. Bum, ba, ba, na, 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 na. Resume saved. Yeah, something went wrong there, definitely. I gotta go through and check my staging. We had a staging issue. I mean, it's going to take forever to load just into the... There it goes. All right, let's check our stagings. We did something wrong here. It looks correct. Okay, that goes, those go, those all go. And that goes. It is correct. Do we actually have we have... Maybe it registered a double click. Let's try again. Let's save. Let's launch. Maybe it just registered a double click on the, I mean, I feel like usually when it loads into the launchpad, it needs a short amount of time to settle. So maybe it collapsed onto itself because of the overstress. That might be it. We're going to give it a little time to just hang out, enjoy sitting outside on the launch pad. You can definitely see it bounce slightly when the launch clamps take up the weight. I'm just concerned maybe there's a launch clamp that's higher up somewhere. There isn't. Like, it's... This is a set rocket. It should fly. In all theory, this should be a flyable rocket. All right, so we're gonna throttle. We're gonna throttle up. Big rocket in the middle, little rockets on the side, other big rockets. Okay. We're gonna have to revert this launch anyways because we have Valentina Kerman in it. Yep. It is not supposed to happen. Hey, Valentina survived! Yeah. All right, little miracles, everybody. I'm going to let the rest of the crash just play out so we don't crash KSP again. All right, everybody, it's important for us to ask, what have we learned? I don't know yet. I don't know what I learned here. Let's revert our flight to the vehicle assembly building. First, let's get Valentina off this gosh darn death trap. Okay, we're going to check launch clamps. That's the first thing we're going to do. Every set of launch clamps should be representative in the lower stage. Okay, they all are. Next thing we're going to do is we're going to check our auto strut. Okay, auto strut looks good. Auto strut, heaviest part. Okay. I also want to auto strut that to the heaviest part. Okay. Are these guys auto strutted? They are. Okay.
It's something to do with our launch clamps. So let's pull a couple of the launch clamps off and see if we can get a good launch just with less. Okay, let's save. Let's try to launch this. I hit leave instead of launch. Initial settling does not seem to be a significant factor. Takeoff separators separate early. Check connections. Capsule is way more durable than we thought. Those are good findings. Those are excellent findings. The TWR is good. We should lift off. Perhaps we need to lift off at less than full throttle. Maybe like 2/3 to 80% throttle and then throttle up once we're moving. Okay, let's attempt another launch, and every launch is going to teach us something. I have another idea for the launch clamps if this doesn't work. These are good potato chips. I keep saying that, but they're super yummy. Good water, too. All right, we have another piece of data, everybody. That number of launch clamps is not enough to carry the rocket. We've also probably just crashed KSP again. No, it's going to try it. It's trying. Yeah, I've never had this happen either. Of course, I've never built a rocket this big before. Well, Chris, after you did such a good job last time, would you mind summarizing what we learned here today? There are still parts falling. Okay, we're just going to go ahead and, if this doesn't crash it, let's go ahead and revert to vehicle assembly. This is a day of firsts, everybody. This is a day of firsts. Okay. Well, what have we learned? What we've learned is the rocket is too gosh darn... Oh, that's one of the reasons why it happened, is those two base ones, I didn't have symmetry turned on, so they weren't holding on to anything. Okay, so let's go here. Okay, well, thanks for stopping by anyway, Spud. We have yet to get off the pad with the rocket. But what we're doing is now we're just trying to figure out what magic combination of
launch clamps is actually going to hold this thing in place. Okay. Save. Launch. All right, so here we go, everybody. The Kraken be hungry today. Yarg. Will the rocket be able to stand up? That is the new accomplishment we're going for. Will it hold under its own power? She's holding. Okay, SAS on. Now, Spud, I know your signal's bad, but trust me, if you see this stream freeze for a second, it is not your bad signal. It is my computer struggling to render the carnage. Here we go. Okay, we're waiting. Hey! Yes! Yes! It's working! It's working! Go, baby, go! The clock is running! 20 seconds in, we're almost at 100 meters a second! Half the speed of sound! Let's go! Yes! Let's go! Alright, beginning gravity turn very slowly. That is supersonic, everybody. Prepping for SRB separation. And beginning to turn downrange. Oh my god, it flies! I'm so happy that it flies! Prepping for SRB separation. I don't know why they spun, but oh my god, some of them weren't, like, symmetrical because of the dumbness. We'll have to fix that later. SRBs are clear. That's true. That's true. Let's go, baby. Come on. Okay, going for next staging. Here we go. Yeah, I'm just testing our throttling here to see if I can just throttle down enough to get just a little... Oh, yes, it is. Okay, we're almost to 50 kilometers. I'm going to start pushing our apoapsis away as much as I can and building our velocity. So I think we're on a pretty extreme... yeah, we're not as... what's it called? We're not quite as lined up as I like to be. Okay. Looking for space here, everybody. We are still accelerating. I'm not sure if we're going to be able to get through this burn. We may have to use the nuclear stage to get through the burn for circularization. I don't know if this is going to work. We still might need more thrust. Dump the fairing high. We're high. Deploying fairing. Oh, that's a hell of a view right there. That's cool. Good call, Spud. Good call. That's what I want to see. I want to push that apoapsis as far away from us as humanly possible. Okay, gonna go for engine cutoff at apoapsis of 90 kilometers. Engine cutoff, adding maneuver, circularize. Come on, baby. We're gonna have to. We're probably not gonna make orbit, everybody. We're gonna have to use the nuke engines, but we're gonna try. We have a lot of Delta V to spare in those nuclear engines, so we're gonna try. We still might not make orbit, everybody. We might need a little more Delta V. I don't know how we're going to get it, but I have some ideas. I like that snake emoji. That's funny. All right, we're going to prep for staging soon and unleash the nuclear fury
of 28 nuclear engines. Is it 28? It is 28 nuclear engines. That's right, Elon. SpaceX, eat your heart out. This is how you do it. Oh yeah, this stage is gonna... If there are any satellites in orbit sharing this orbit, well, they're not about to be working pretty soon. I'm about to dump a ton of radioactive material into Kerbin's orbit. Okay, holding 4, Miko. Guys, I don't think we're gonna do it here. We're gonna try. There we go. I don't think we got quite enough oomph, everybody. Let's revert our flight. Let's revert to vehicle assembly. We're going to have to add a little bit more power. The answer is always more power. Yep, RIP. RIP, everybody. It's not great. But I have an idea. Now, would anyone in my great and awesome chat like to guess what my idea is going to be? It's all right, chat. I'll wait. Do you guys know what the idea is going to be? There we go. That's right, everybody. Secondary and tertiary backup comms. And replace panel 19 with a tarp? Okay. That is quite the idea, but no. The idea is more rocket. Okay. Okay. There we go. Okay. What can we put on here? I mean, it's going to be SRBs, because we just need something to get us... We need to kick ourselves moving. Okay, there we go. We're so very, very close to actually being where we want to be. We just need about a half kilometer more a second. Okay, well, first of all, we have the first problem, which is that was not sitting on the decoupler. Now it is, though. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. Okay. Nope. I'm gonna grab that. The problem is those are going to hit each other when they eject. That's alright, we can fix that. Okay. There we go. Some of these might blow up upon... Also, I feel like I was missing on my last launch some Sepatrons on my SRBs, but they're all there. There they are. Those are my missing Seppi boys. Let's get these sorted because we do not want an impact. So we have a lot to fix on this rocket. All right, so there we go. It is the best, the Pollux, but mass ratio, the Pollux. Which one is the Pollux? Shrimp, Thoroughbred, Twin Bore, Thumper, Pollux, solid fuel booster. I just don't want it to burn more than my center stages. I should have put those. I do agree with you. I should have put those on first. Like, I just think I'm going to have an issue where my outer ring burns at a lower rate than my inner ring, and then I'm going to be carrying dead weight. At this point, we're kind of half-assing it. We're just going to tack rockets on until it does what I've told it to do. This also makes me incredibly concerned because it means that we're probably going to have burns that could be measured in hours when we get into space. I have, made the executive decision in my mind to not worry about that until we get this thing into space, and then we'll worry about that. Auto strut, boom. Okay, those are all auto strutted in. Now we need to go to our arrow and find some nose cones that can go on all of them. Yeah, I could put the angled nose cone on, but I don't want to spend the time to, line it. Because these guys are not going to be on this rocket long enough for their aerodynamics to matter. Okay, everybody's got a nose cone. Sweet. Exactly. We've moved beyond... Okay, these are actually... We're actually going to align something because these are going to help me out. Okay. These are going to help me align my Seppitrons. My Seppi boys. Okay, there we go. It's whatever. We're going to try to get it close. Now, this layer of rockets, I'm only going to put one set of Sepatrons on because I do not want to deal with the massive amount of, dialing in this is going to take. So, each of these guys gets one set of Sepatrons. Okay. And we just got to mirror them for this, its buddy here. I was going to use my old laptop to watch the stream while eating, but it's in deep discharge and TPM forgot the syslock key. That's a reinstall FML. That is not good. I hate reinstalling Windows. It's probably my least favorite thing to do in the world. Besides my job. I really don't like my job, but, you know, that's like, what can you do about that, right? Well, as long as your job isn't reinstalling Windows. I mean, I would reinstall Windows for a living rather than doing my current. I don't like to bring it into chat very much or onto stream very much because this is about escapism. I am not a big fan of my job. Like it's not among my friends and everything, it is no secret that I am not necessarily that happy with what I do for a living. Like I used to be happy with my job, but sadly, COVID ended all of that, and I have yet to be able to find a good one since then. What do you do? Do you mind me asking? I work on signals for the railroad. I used to be a geologist, but COVID messed all that up, and I have never been able. For the last 3 years, I have either been unemployed or underemployed as a geologist. So I currently have a job working on signals for the railroad. It is not my favorite thing to do. I do not like doing it very much. And I hope to someday recapture a job as a geologist, because that job made me very happy. I enjoyed the challenges that came with each new day of work. Okay, we got a little problem here with our staging. Okay, we've encountered a staging issue here, which I was trying to avoid with this rocket due to its obscene complexity. Yeah, I think I fixed it. We'll see when we launch. Okay. Don't get me wrong, there's like a level of interest to it, but I cannot find myself to be satisfied by doing it, if that makes sense, you know? I'm someone who derives a fair amount of satisfaction in their life, out of their level of employment. And I know that's like not the healthiest thing to do, but like for me, having a job that I'm good at and that I enjoy doing and that challenges me really, really, really gets me, you know, that activates the almonds for me. And sadly, my current job does not do that. I hope that, you know, eventually I will get another job working in the energy industry as a geologist, as I very, very much enjoyed it. Oh crap, I hit launch by mistake. Well, we're going up. Here we go, everybody. All right, fingers crossed it can sit on the pad without collapsing. Fingers crossed, everybody. Here we go. The poop computer. Zero-sum outcomes. Many people find fulfillment from their jobs. It's not unhealthy. It's rather normal. I know, but it's like, it's one of those things. Also, by the way, thanks for joining the chat. It's one of those things where it just, you know, I should be able to find happiness outside of it. It's one of these, I'm in currently one of those jobs that really crushes your creativity. That's one of the reasons I've started streaming, is it was kind of like, all right, like, if I'm stuck in this job, I need to find a hobby where I can be a little bit creative and talk to people and be social and just chill. So that's kind of what this was for me. But yeah, thank you for the chat. You're about to see something obscene and stupid. All right. Here we go, everybody. We're going to let it settle. We're going to throttle all the way up. Okay, here we go. Going to zoom out a bit. Launch. I hit the button, everybody. We're just holding for the computer to catch up. Yes! It goes! It's going! Oh my god, look at the size of it. Alright, we're starting to pick up speed. I know, right? Oh, I'm so happy. I've never done this before in the game. This makes me very happy. Alright, that is 100 meters a second. At 19, at the clock is at 19, so we are no faster than we were. Alright, we're going to start... I'm going to start just gently bringing us down range. I didn't do that for a while last time. But this rocket, believe it or not, more stable than you might expect. Okay, we are holding for first SRB set of separations. Here we go. Does not matter, they are clear of the rocket. Alright, come on. Exactly. We just needed to get those rockets clear. Korolev Cross if it was epic. Exactly. If the Russians were even more Kerbal than they already were. Okay, we're heading through Max Q right now. Okay, come on, rocket. We're just gently still going to tip over. We're looking for about 45 degrees at 20,000. Okay, here we go. Come on. Come on. Coming up on a kilometer a second. There's 20,000, switching to orbital tracking. Another spicy separation.
I'm going to hold off on the fairing, Spud, until we're closer to like 45, 50 kilometers. But yes, I'm going to drop it soon. Don't worry. We are still very much in the atmosphere. Okay. Okay, Apoapsis is in space. Gonna keep burning. I think our launch profile looks a lot better this time. Okay, here we go. So we're gonna dump. Dumping those. Bearing off. Okay, throttling down. We just want to keep our throttle up so that we're slowly building speed. But our apoapsis is at 90, so we're looking really solid on our flight so far. Okay, here we go. Look at the amount of debris in the air behind us. Okay, that's 63. Gonna start dialing in my, gonna start dialing in our orbit that we want. Come on, give me what I want. Give me what I want. We just want to keep this thing barely burning until we get up to space. Then really quickly, we're going to jump into map view and build our orbit. And we're going to start just pretty much immediately burning. All right, we're in space. Okay, not ideal, better than the last one. So click this, add maneuver. Nope. We're still going to have to stage, but we might just make orbit. Okay. Okay, we're going to try to make orbit on this one, everybody. It's going to be close. We won't have that much of a burn that we have to do with the nuclear engines, though I have a feeling that most of this burn will be the nuclear engines as far as time goes. But as long as we can just get very, very close off the chemical rockets, that will give the nuclear engines plenty of time to push us into orbit. By the way, are you throttling up manually and not with X and Z and X? I am. TARS. Yes. Thank you, Spud, for the support. Yeah, so I'm throttling up manually because sometimes if you go from 0 to 100% throttle, all of a sudden, the Kraken becomes hungry. Especially with a big wibbly-woobly rocket like this, I'm just bringing the throttle up very, very gently on the rocket so that it allows the rocket to kind of compress slowly. So yes, that's why I'm using shift and control right now, because it just lets me bring the rocket up to thrust very gently.
On something like the nuclear rockets and stuff, I don't really need to. But for something like this, while it's still very wobbly, I just want to gently bring it up to power so that it doesn't destroy itself. All right, come on, baby. You got this. Okay, getting ready to stage. Food is here. I'm gonna be lurking on my phone. Heck yeah. All right, Chris. Enjoy your... Did you end up getting Indian or pizza? Heck yeah, good call. I love me Indian food. Okay. Let the rocket settle. And here we go. All right, that is 28 nuclear engines turning and burning at full power. 7 kilometers a second of go juice. Okay, we're just gonna go to our map and do a little bit of physics time acceleration. Hopefully this doesn't destroy the rocket. We're just gonna see if we can actually make it to orbit. I can circularize the orbit later, we just need to be in orbit. We might have to do another launch, everybody. I don't know if she's going to make it. Come on, baby. Come on. Let's go. You got this. Oh, it's going to be real close, everybody. Okay, we're looking for a periapsis here. Any periapsis above 70 is what we're going to take. And we did not make orbit. Well, darn it. Gosh darn it. Well, you know what? We're going to enjoy for a few minutes, everybody, my failure. And in the enjoyment of my failure, I think we know what's about to happen. We're going to do a little test. So let's go ahead and pop this loose, decouple. And let's just test our let's test our reentry craft. That's right, everybody. We're gonna make lemonade here. Okay, we're just gonna nudge our rocket out of the way there because it is deeply in our way. Come on, out of the way. Come on. Come on. Yep, we're gonna have to tape more rockets to it, everybody. Okay, we're gonna inflate that heat shield. We're gonna line retrograde, and we're gonna see if this even works. I don't think we're gonna stop before we reach impact because this is so heavy, and Kerbal's atmosphere is not as thick as Eve's. But the goal here is we're just gonna see if it works. We're not at full orbital velocity here, but you never know. We're close enough to where, like, I feel we'll stop.
You know, we'll get to see if the system works, and then we'll, you know, we're making lemonade. We're going to test the entire system now. I don't know why these are here. Oh, I know why those are there. Okay, so here we go, everybody. Heat shield warming up. We're going to get to watch the interplanetary stage here scatter nuclear radiation across the countryside. We are burning through electric charge at a concerning rate right now, given that we don't have RTGs on here. It might be something that I feel I must add just to get us through our atmospheric reentry. We shall see. Have you considered launching that big lander and that big transfer station and docking them in low Kerbin orbit? I know it's a smart boop. I know, and I know it's smart boop. I know you hate it, but we've gotten to the point we might need to avoid smart. We might need smart to avoid the aneurysm. It's not something I'm not thinking about. I also considered mid like orbital refueling. You know? I don't know what these weird effects we're getting here are, but I'm not going to worry about it. Okay. We're going to have to make some adjustments, I think. It's good that this happened in Kerbin's orbit and not Eve's. But yeah, look at those weird graphical effects. That's kind of cool. All right, but we're gonna test out everything else in this system. You can see down at the bottom left, the computer is making a fair number of adjustments, trying to hold this thing steady for reentry. Let's go ahead and kill that maneuver there. Not going to need that anymore. Exactly. We paid for a heat shield. It's going to be good to use it. We're going to learn something here. We are currently building a great deal of speed. Well, actually, we're losing speed right now, which is awesome. So this is going to be a perfect test for this upper stage. We didn't mean to test it in Kerbin's orbit, but now we have the opportunity to test it in Kerbin's orbit. We have the extreme, honor of testing it in Kerbin's orbit. So I think what we're going to do first, I know, Spud, you've given me great advice, but docked craft tend to be wibble-wooble. I don't like wibble-wooble. And it would mean that we need to dock them and send a Kerbal up there to install struts. That's a lot of work. So I think my first plan is going to be we're going to try a little more fuel in the bottom stage because we have a lot of thrust. We're doing okay. Now we need more fuel. That's my plan. We're going to see if that works, and if that doesn't, we might have to do orbital construction. I've just been trying to avoid it because it's very time consuming, and I very much respect the time of my followers because I'm such a great streamer. She certainly holds her speed super well, as you all can see. She's definitely... Or you could teach Kerbals how to weld. Send them to KJR's Kerbal Joint Reinforcement mod. So I'm trying to do this completely vanilla. That's the goal, Zero Sum, is we're trying to be completely vanilla for this attempt. And you know, this is the last planet. I only have to do Eve. I have put a Kerbal on every other landable body in the entire solar system except for Eve. Now, I'm beginning to become concerned that we're not going to slow down enough for parachute deployment, because we're at 23,000, or yeah, 23,000 meters, and we are still just booking along. I know it'll work on Eve because Eve's atmosphere is so much thicker, but Kerbin's atmosphere may not be thick enough truly to slow this thing down. Really need this thing to slow down now. Really need to slow down here. I have not landed on an asteroid yet, so perhaps one more mission, but mainly I've been focusing on the planets. Okay, here we go. Whoa, buddy, this is what I was concerned about. Shouldn't have jettisoned that shield so soon. We're learning. This is all learning. Thought I had some drogue chutes up here. Where are you at? Oh. Okay, so our parachute staging was incorrect. So we're going to hit the ground, everybody. So I'm going to go ahead and zoom out so we have something we can enjoy. We've learned a lot here today. I caught a couple of mistakes that I made. So let's just enjoy the moment. The computer has stopped in order to begin rendering the absolute carnage that we're about to see. Yeah, there we go. That's something. Alright, first genuine attempt to try to get the Eve lander, or the Eve ascent craft to Eve. We did not leave Kerbin orbit. I feel like there's only, I feel like improvement is the only way we can go from here, everybody. So I feel like we have a lot of room for improvement. Let's go to revert to vehicle assembly, and let's try again. We have a lot of stuff that we learned. One, the staging is incorrect on this craft for re-entry. That is absolutely important, because we have to get those drogue chutes open after we eject our heat shield, because they keep the craft in line. Oh, okay, Spud. Thanks for stopping by again, and have a great day. Okay, so let's come up here to our parachutes. Okay, there's those. Okay, these are all the same parachute. But we had some drogue chutes. And those drogue chutes kind of have to be their own thing. There they are. There are the drogues. All right, that staging has been corrected. Now we must go worry about much, much more terrifying things. The fact of the matter is we don't have enough Delta V. So what we're going to do is we're going to see how smart Kerbal is and see if we can literally just check our bottom stage here. Check our bottom stage. I want to know how much... Well, here we go again. Lessons learned. Insufficient fuel for orbit. Advise more tanks. Staging mismatch on landing parachutes. Yes. Yes. We're learning. You know, we're learning. That's what we're trying to do. That's what this is an educational game, and I am getting an education in rocketry right now, which is that I'm dumb and I'm not very good at it. Okay, we're just going to start grabbing all this off. Fire the engineers responsible. Well, I'm the engineer responsible. Okay, I want to know if I can dive into the core of my rocket.
grab these and just pull these away. I can. All right, so we're gonna pull this guy back. Okay, we're gonna come up here. Grab you, bring you up just a little bit. All right, this is as high as we can go in the vehicle assembly building. Okay. That puts my engine bell in the ground. We cannot have that, and we're at max height, I think, now. Fun fact, this is the first rocket I've ever built that's reached VAB max height. Are you about to get an ad? You shouldn't have to get an ad. I don't have them set on automatic. It shouldn't give them to you unless I tell it to. If that is the case, then I will have to adjust it, because it's supposed to only give them, like, pre-roll, like when you join, or when I play them, and when I play them, it suspends pre-roll for a while, because I don't want to kill you guys with ads. I don't really like the concept of, like, grossly monetizing my chat. Like I said, eventually I'll have subs, but, like, I don't know what to give people for subs, or maybe, like, a Patreon or something. That way I can make it, like, 50 cents. I can make it basically nothing, you know? Crap, no, we don't want to do that. We want to do 6. Okay. Okay. That sort of almost worked. Okay. Alright, so we're going to pull these off. My staging should be mostly preserved. Though, what I'd really like to do is grab these guys. Oh, come on. Come on. Don't do that. Don't crash. Stop trying to put boosters everywhere. Oh my god, this stupid thing. No, I want to grab just my boosters. Okay, no. Okay. Maybe it means I'm not that marketable. Give me a second. I've actually really struggled with putting ads up. Like I said, I've thought about doing a Patreon where I just make it like 50 cents or like $1 per month, so it's cheap. I don't want to like the concept of being one of those creators that like just pumps my freaking followers for money makes me feel genuinely dirty. Okay. Okay, here we go. Come on. Okay, we got it. Now what we really want to do is I want to try to get these further down. Okay. Need to make sure we're actually sitting on the decouplers. We are. Okay, we're sitting on the decouplers. That was what was needed. Now we're going to take the tops off of these rockets, and we're going to add just a teensy bit more fuel. No, come on. VAB, I don't need your crap right now. Now we're going to come back here. And now it's going to screw up literally... Oh my god, come on. It's going to screw up literally everything right now. We're going to grab this, and we're going to rotate these so that they're in line with that. Okay. Okay. And then we're going to grab that. Come up here. Grab okay. No, we want to attach the whole thing. Stop grabbing things I tell you not to. This is the one thing that sucks, is when you have to make adjustments inside a rocket, like it near the center of the rocket, and you have all of these stages, it's the VAB just keeps trying to select things, and you're like, no, like, do only the things you are told to do, VAB. Do not try to think for me. I'm okay, I got this. Alright, it's gonna be kind of jank, but I think that's what we're gonna do. Because the VAB is getting really janky. When OnlyFans, wait, what are the things? When OnlyFans with chips eating ASMR, Cappy. Look, okay, there are creators that have, like, apparently very wholesome OnlyFans, and they just use it because, I don't know, or Fansly. I think Fillion has, like, a Fansly, and it's just wholesome, apparently. It's, like, not lewd or anything. I've always thought that was very funny. Do I think there will ever be a Poopy Boop Fansly? I would strongly doubt it. Like, I would tell you guys, normally I say watch this space. I would say the likelihood of there being a Poopy Boop Fansly is pretty low. I will say, though, like, the one reason I don't, like, get on here and I'm like, oh, give me more subs and stuff, is I haven't really monetized, or, like, I haven't really, like, come up with something where it's like I would feel comfortable saying spend your money on Poopy Boop, because I don't know what I can offer. I think that everybody who's kind of in the Discord right now are going to be like the yeah, that's what I know. There are firearms YouTubers and stuff that have like OnlyFans and Fansly, and they just show their more spicy, stupid, memey videos on Fansly or OnlyFans because YouTube is so censorious. But I've thought, like, maybe, I don't know. I've thought about it a lot, and I just haven't really come up. I think maybe access to the Discord, which is a little dead right now, but would be more exciting if more people were there, might be like a tier 1 sub offering. But outside of that, I work blows my mind up so much that I don't have a huge amount of time to come up with really good ways to monetize the content. You know, so I've thought about it. I just don't know how I would do it, and I don't really want to, like I said, be super into like, oh yeah, definitely, you know, subscribe to my channel, blah blah blah. You know, if I can't offer something, you know, I want to be able to offer stuff to people who, because you know, if someone's going to spend even a tiny bit of their hard-earned money on me, I want to be able to say that they are doing it, you know, that they're getting something out of it, that I'm giving them something that they would not otherwise get. And right now it's kind of like, well, you know, I'm just streaming and I'm gonna keep streaming, so I'm not giving anybody a lot of anything. So I don't know yet. Just watch the space. I'll come up with some way to monetize it, and maybe like do meet and greets. I do play a lot of VR chat, so if I can get this avatar imported into VR chat, which is a huge high up thing I want to do on my plans, then maybe we could do a VR meet and greet, because VR chat's free to play. So even if you don't have VR, if you have a computer that can run basically any 3D game, you can run VR chat. So maybe like a meet and greet or something would be like a monthly meet and greet would be a good idea. Let me know what everybody thinks about that. I just came up with that live. All right. I want to part of me really wants to move these boosters down on the rocket, but part of me also doesn't care, so we're not going to. All right. Now, I'm very curious as to whether or not my staging is going to work, so let's take a look at it. Okay, everything should light at once. Okay, that all lights. How's my TWR look? I'm still good. Okay, it should work. It should work. So now we're going to mount up all of our launch clamps.
Okay. Okay, there we go. Those are mounted. Let's mount our clamps down here. Now, we need to think about this, because this rocket is now a fair bit heavier than it was on our last launch attempt. Okay, let's make sure we don't have a Kerbal in it. Good. Okay, here we go. We're going to save. All right, here we go, everybody. Attempt number 3. Launch. Okay, everybody. I want deep breaths. I want to feel those positive vibes coming in, that positive energy. And we're going to give this another shot. We're going to see if we can do it. Gonna move my chips off the desk here. Well, I don't have a good place to put them off the desk, so I'm gonna wedge them underneath one of my monitors. There we go. They were like sitting there and they weren't properly rolled up, and it makes me, it hits that little part of my brain that is that has the fair bit of OCD. All right, everybody, deep breath. The computer is taking a long time to load this rocket, but it always does. It is a very big rocket. It's got a lot of kick-assery built into it. This mission is running on 90% hopium right now. If only we could put that in a rocket motor. If only hopium could be put into a rocket engine. Okay. Okay, the launch clamps did hold it, but just barely. SAS on. Throttling up. Here we go. Double checking my thrust to weight ratio on my first stage. 1.35. Here we go. Waiting for the computer to compute. Oh, look at that. We're running at like 2 frames a second right now. Let's go! Okay, I'm just adding a little bit of downrange, even though we're not going that fast yet, just to get us out, get us moving towards, get us moving orbitally here. We gotta think orbitally. Okay, we're just letting it gravity turn a bit naturally here. 2/3 speed of sound. We are much slower than we were, but that's okay. I don't care. I want to get this. I don't care if it's elegant at this point. I just want it to go to space. Okay, first stage gone. Okay, for some reason we are not rendering our next stage in the stage list here. I think we have a problem. I'm not sure why this is happening. Actually, something has happened that has damaged the rocket, as I have no longer any sort of pitch or roll control. Yep, something went terribly wrong with this rocket. We're going to revert flight, revert to vehicle assembly. Something's wrong. If we could just get... I don't know. I'm saying I don't want to stop streaming until I do the thing, but oh my god, we're going to be here for 12 hours today. Elegant died about 3 revisions ago. This is about brute force. That is truly what we're doing here. It is a brute force. This is the sledgehammer. I've said it since the beginning. I do surgery with a sledgehammer in this game. We are sledgehammering right now. Okay. When I ejected those second set of engines, something happened. I don't know what happened, though. Like, everything was going great, and I lost, like, a bunch of my stages. We're going to have to launch it again and just watch very closely what happens, because I lost a bunch of my stages when we ejected the first stage. Okay, another thing that I'm not happy with, and I did notice we have a problem on this rocket, is this goes here. There we go. All right, save... launch. We're going to have to watch very carefully what happens at the first staging, because something happened that destroyed all of my other stages, even though, hey, what's up, Knight? How are you? Thanks for popping by. We're trying to get our Eve Ascent craft to Eve. It is the largest rocket I have ever built. This is a brute force attempt, but thanks for popping by, and thanks for the follow yesterday. I'm only slightly better at Kerbal than I am at Half-Life. And you're going to find that out very, very soon. Maybe. We'll see. I just don't know. You know, we'll see what's happening here. It takes a long time for my computer to load this rocket, because this rocket is obscene. We're going to put this craft on Eve and back, whether it wants to or not. Exactly. Exactly. The craft has no choice in this. It is a machine. It is a tool, and it will be used as a tool. Kerbal's Ascend to Eve Online. Well, I don't know if you've ever played Kerbal before, Mr. Knight, but there is a planet called Eve. It is analogous to the planet Venus. Its atmosphere is unbelievably thick. It is extremely hard. It's easy to put Kerbals on Eve. It is immensely hard to get them off of it. I have had some Kerbals on Eve for several decades now, and I'm trying to get a craft out there that can actually save them. Okay, SAS on. Throttling all the way up. Okay, here we go. I'm going to zoom out a little bit. Holding for rocket ignition. All right, here we go. Here we go. The frames, yeah, exactly. My computer does not run this very well. This is a lot of rocket. There are many, many parts here. This plus OBS. My computer's usually, like, OBS is only using 1.2% of my GPU, or my CPU right now. Like, I've got a pretty stout CPU. Yeah, because I've got a 3950X and it's on water, so it's pretty happy. I can hear my fans ramped a little bit, but it's fine. I'm not worried about it. Like, you can see also I'm capturing really well still. But it's just Kerbal. There are some limitations to the simulation in Kerbal. Currently working on gold SRC modding. You're gonna have to explain what that is to me. Okay, SRBs are almost done. Gold Source is the engine for Half-Life 1. Oh, okay. All right. Okay, there we go. All right, there we go. So we've maintained stage 18. Now, I don't know, it just glitched out last time, I guess. So we're good to go. Launch is good. Systems nominal, as they say. Nominal. All right, here we go. Let's go. Come on, we got it now, boys. Beginning our gravity turn. We are supersonic. The frames get a little bit better every single time we stage. For the X-3D, which allows... Give me 1 second. I got to focus, and then I will read your lovely chat here. I've just got to eject some more dead weight here in a second. Okay, coming up on next stage separation. Here we go, any second now. All Gucci. Well, I hope things are Gucci. But things have not been very Gucci today for the people, the Kurbanistani people. They have seen a lot of explosions. Okay, dropping them. Here we go. It's thinking about it. Okay, there we go. Another set of boosters gone. Spicy. Okay, now we are all liquid rocket all the time. Switching to orbital tracking. Okay, so orbital tracking switched. Airplane movie sweating gif. You can put aluminum foil in the oven. You can. Quick question. Can you put aluminum oven? Not a microwave, or is it bad idea? No, yeah, you can definitely put aluminum foil into an oven. That's what it's for. Just not a microwave oven. Splendid. I will run a quick experiment. Very concerned. Oh dear. All right, we've developed some kind of an oscillation here, everybody. I'm trying to control it. Just trying to continue to bring our nose down. Okay, we're getting ready to ditch our last set of boosters, and then our fairing. Still running at very few frames a second here, everybody. I promise I will read all of the great chat. Okay, here we go. As soon as I get this thing into space. Okay. Deploying fairing. Okay, I'm going to turn completely sideways and just build. Now we're just building horizontal speed here. You can see the massive amount of debris this rocket drops every single time. So if you keep testing it, does all your space debris form a ring around the planet Kerbal? It does not, because I've been reverting my flights. Also, much of the debris I ejected is not at orbital velocity. That is the problem with this rocket, is this rocket is struggling to reach orbital velocity. So what we're doing here is... So yeah, all of that will eventually fall back into the planet of Kerbin. Okay. And all we're doing now is just turning and burning now. We want to get as much horizontal velocity as we can. That is 70 kilometers. We are in space. I am not going to turn the burn off, though. I am just going to keep going. We're going to burn all the way through Apoapsis if we need to. We're just building our orbit. I'm gonna, if I have to, I'm gonna do this manually. Come on. I have an insane idea. Okay, it's not the Indian food, but I forgot to eat it. It's flat now, so I don't have anything on it. What I'm going to do now is put an unhealthy amount of cheese on it, roll it, and put it in the oven, aluminum foil, to keep moisture so it doesn't become rock solid, and hope it works like a burrito. That's one of the most insane things I've ever heard, Chris, but I support it completely. Like I said, I will still get to all of your chats in just a second. We will do a catch-up if we make orbit or when we crash. Just hold tight, everybody, and I will get back to all the chats. I may be on a no-fly list in India. I mean, I don't know if I have any Indian viewers, but if I do, you probably just offended them. Though you did give me an idea. Like, I want to go get some tortillas and some cheese and, like, some just, like, chorizo or something, and, like, make some, like, cheese and sausage roll-ups in the oven and see if I can get that to work. That's a good idea. You probably don't want to take off in an Indian plane. I mean, they use, like, 737s and everything over there. It's not too bad. There are some, from what I understand, there's some African airlines that are pretty... Oh, buddy, they're pretty rough. Boeing 737s. Honestly, right now, I kind of don't want to fly in any Boeing aircraft. I actually checked when I was booking my business trip that I have to take in April. I actually checked and ensured that I wasn't flying on a Boeing aircraft. It's an Airbus A320, and I was like, oh, thank you, merciful God. If it's Boeing, I ain't going right now. Exactly. You know what else? If it's Boeing, it ain't whistleblowing. Okay, we are...
Okay, we're still pushing for orbit here, everybody. I don't think we're going to make it. But I'm going to freestyle this and just try to burn to orbit. That's our only plan right now. Okay, so, real quick, we are in space. I'm going to catch up really quickly on our chat. You've had a look. Okay, there's about... Okay, there's a fork of the HL1 renderer called X-3D, which allows gold source games, a bunch more modern rendering text, and it has Android iOS support, plus X-Ash is open source. So hopefully I can release a standalone X-Ash based gold source game on Steam. Okay, that'll be cool. Do you know what it's going to be about yet? Also, I agree that those are all words, but I am not smart enough to know what they mean. Also, you threw me the airplane movie sweating gif. Absolutely, my boy trying to land the airplane. Quick question, can you put you can put aluminum foil in the oven. Oh yeah, and you're running your terrible Indian food experiment. If it's another European win. Airbus is great. I love taking Aer Lingus. Zash is how I pronounce it. Okay, Zash. Okay, excellent. All right, sweet. But yeah, good luck on your game. That does sound cool. If you manage to create a game and you put it on Steam, let me know and I will play it on stream. I won't be very good at it. We've watched me play Half-Life, but I'll try. Okay, we are now falling, but still trying to get in orbit. This is a real disaster, everybody, but if we can just get into orbit. Yeah, but I really want to make an arcadey skate game like Tony Hawk Pro Skater of Steam Workshop map support. That would be great. I love me some Tony Hawk's Pro... Do they have Tony Hawk's Pro Skater on Steam? If they do, I might do a stream where I play some Tony Hawk's. I'm not as good as I used to be at it, but I used to be a god at Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 2. Like, and I truly mean that. A god. Come on, big girl. Keep pushing. We got all the Delta V in the world on this this interplanetary stage. I am comfortable with burning a little bit. Just the Vicarious Visions remake. But all the Neversoft TH games are public domain and available on the Internet Archive for free. Really? I did not know this. What a fascinating thing to know. I might have to go find them. Okay, we're gonna put that periapsis above the ground soon. Okay, the periapsis is positive. We might just make it, everybody. It's going to be a weird orbit, but that's okay. I have enough delta V to adjust it afterwards. We just got to stay above the atmosphere. 18, 19, 20, 21. Would totally recommend getting the PC release of Underground 2 and install a mod called Thug Pro over it. It adds every other map from every Tony Hawk game with working online, and it's where the rest of the community fled to after Pro Skater 5. Okay, alright, we might, you know, in a little while, it might be a month or two, but I might do some Tony Hawks. If everybody would like that, I'd be more than happy to play Tony Hawks on stream. That, like, Jesus, that's a game I'm actually sort of okay at. Alright, Nanito is in the oven. The Nanito, I love the name, at 200C, 5 minutes ago. You have to do it right now. I have so many games backed up. I have a community that is really cool
because they suggest a lot of games to me, and sometimes I kind of like, I just don't know what to do for them. So my community's really nice for suggesting games to me. Oh my god, we might just make it, everybody. Periapsis, 63 kilometers and climbing. $65. Here we go. Come on. Come on. Let's go. 67. Come on, big girl. You got this. 68. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. We got it. 69. 70. We're in orbit. Woo! Oh, buddy, there we go. That is another big one, everybody. That is another insane launch. Oh, we barely made that one, everybody. 200 meters to spare. Time to periapsis is 1 minute, 30 seconds. We're going to go ahead and time accelerate past periapsis real quick. And we're going to begin deploying everything. Then we'll set up for circularization. Okay, these frames are terrible, everybody. They're not going to get any better just because of the obscene size of this thing. We're going to get our radiators opened up and activated because we need to just start venting the heat that we just produced. Like, yeah, they are all starting to warm up. The heat of 28 nuclear engines. So we're just getting everything opened up. Okay. The burns for this thing are going to be very long, as it is not necessarily that capable of doing short burns because of its weight. Okay, extend. Extend. There we go. Some of the radiators clip together, which is going to annoy me more than I can possibly explain. But we're just not going to worry about it, because I don't care. We're not relaunching this thing. We have to launch one more of these still. If this ends up working, we still have one more of these that we have to go with. So we're just going to let it settle into its orbit. We'll go ahead and circularize at our periapsis here. So let's go ahead and add a maneuver. Okay, close enough. It'll be a 57-second burn because this thing's TWR is horrible. TWR is 0.18. Not the worst I've ever flown, but pretty close to it. It does have a lot of reaction wheels on it, so it actually can turn. Not fast, but as you can see, it can get around. We are watching a slideshow right now, basically, because of its size and complexity. But it does turn. We're going to keep deploying things as we open it up. So let's go ahead and extend this antenna. These are going to be our interplanetary antennas when we don't have relays available. So there we go. That'll give us a direct connection to Kerbin. Yep. No longer using a relay that we were using in orbit. There is no science on board this craft. There's nothing. The goal of this craft is get a Kerbal on board. And God, it's majestic. Thank you. Thank you. The goal of this craft is to get a Kerbal on board it and get them home. That's it. I've come to terms with the fact that we're going to send our scientists. If this manages to land on Eve, we're going to send our scientist up to the mothership first. We will then launch another one of these, fly it all the way to Eve if we know the design works, and then attempt a similar rescue using the same mission profile. That will be how we do it. You can see for some reason this craft has developed a pretty severe roll oscillation. A lot of my craft tend to do that. So we'll just... There we go. Okay, so it's slowly but surely lowering its roll oscillation. Okay. Let's take this sucker around the back of the planet. Let's get this circularization done. And let's aim this thing at Eve and get it done. I'm so happy that we got this into space right now. I'm genuinely, what you're hearing is relief. Because there is a part of me that is afraid that I won't be able to do Eve. That I won't be able to finish this because I'm not smart enough to get Eve working. Like, there is a part of me that's afraid, you know? Because everybody's been really supportive, so I want to do the thing. I want to make Eve happen, you know? I want that moment of triumph as our Kerbals enter the atmosphere of Kerbin for the last time, you know? And that we know that through all you guys' support and everything, it's been done. It happened. We made it work. You know, that's kind of the dream. So yeah. Because, like, the only other game that I've beaten on stream after this many episodes was my Subnautica playthrough. And I'm not even farming for views right now. If you want to hear some genuine emotion in someone's voice, go back and watch the last episode of my Subnautica playthrough when I take off. When you crash on landing after 2.5 hours. I mean, we're kind of... There is some big... Like, we don't know if this thing works at Eve yet. So if it doesn't work at Eve, we're going to have to come back to Kerbin, back to the drawing board, and we're going to have to try again. Which I promised a mega stream. We're probably going to go for 6 hours today, which I consider to be a mega stream. Other people are like, oh, that's a normal stream. I normally only stream for like 3 to 4 hours. Okay. Okay, all 28 nuclear engines are firing, attempting to push this thing into a more reasonable orbit. Let's go check our orbital tab here and make sure we do not put this craft into the atmosphere. That would be disastrous. If an orbital adjustment of this length takes this long, it's 100 meters, I want everyone to genuinely begin thinking about how long our burns to Eve are going to take. Because there is some concern now that we're going to be in trouble when we go to Eve. We may have to do some aero braking at Eve. But we're doing it. This is it. Okay. Okay.
Okay, we are in a circular orbit around Kerbin. That's what we needed right there, everybody. Okay, next step. Let's go ahead and put this thing into storage mode, which means we simply put it in a normal state. So one of the solar panels will always be facing the sun. So it will always have electric charge. It actually changes orientation quicker than I thought it would. I'm actually pretty pleased about that part of its performance. There was some very heavy concern that it would take like 10 minutes to change orientation. But all right, the Nanito is finished. My God, is it ever cursed, but it's worth it. Yeah, we gotta know, how does the Nanito taste? If you're just joining us, one of my wonderful followers has used naan to create a cheese burrito, and we are learning how it's going to taste. Okay. Oh, that is... It almost appears too big to be in orbit. And I mean, look down the barrel of it. Look how many nuclear engines we have. What a majestic and beautiful creature. All right. We did it, everybody. It's in space. The cheese is melted, slightly runny, everything I could have hoped for. One thing you might want to do with to keep it from getting too soggy is cook it in the foil for like a few minutes, and then like 2 or 3 minutes before you end it, open the foil up so it has a chance to let some of the steam out, so it won't be so soggy. You know, we're inventing new forms of This is what they call fusion cooking, and sometimes fusion cooking can be a little bit cursed. All right, we're gonna zoom out here. I gotta consult my... all right, I need to go to my go to my photos. I gotta find my Delta V map. Where is my Delta V map? I have one in here. Okay, I don't know where I put it. Is it under my downloads? There it is. Yep, Delta V map. Okay. So I gotta figure out how to get to Eve. Okay. No. It's actually like I wanted to be. I don't want the cheese to be formed into a solid hard block. Okay. Did the bread dry out? See, now we're all asking the important questions here. Okay, here we go, everybody. Oh, you're kidding me. All right, so I can't... It's not going to let me time accelerate because we're so low to the planet. So we're going to go to tracking station. The aluminum foil worked wonders on that one. Yeah, I mean, that's why you cook potatoes in aluminum foil, is it keeps them from drying out, you know? Though I do a dish that I like to cook called fondant potatoes. It is French. And you cut the potatoes into like little potato pucks, like a scallop, and you cook them kind of like you would scallops in your pan. So you kind of brown each side of them so it's like a little crunchy. And then you add, you baste them in butter, add a little bit of garlic and roast it, maybe a little bit of thyme. And then the last thing you do is when you have all that like melted butter that you baste them in the pan, you put in some stock, some like beef stock or chicken stock. I prefer beef stock, like bone broth. You put it into the pan and put the pan in the oven for like 20 to 25 minutes. And when they come out, they are like this yummy, beefy butter potato. They're so good. All right, so now we're gonna time accelerate up to 50,000 or 10,000. And we're going to line up our... I make God tier hot chocolate. Do you have a secret that you're willing to share? Or is it a secret recipe?
Ba-ba. Okay. Okay, here we go. All right, we're coming. We're still coming around here. It's going to take us a second to get lined up. You can also see the beautiful comms network I have for the Kerbin system. I'm very proud of it, actually. Slowly but surely, it's coming around. We are in year 92 of our playthrough here, everybody. We might hit year 100 today. How cool would it be on the 100th year of our Kerbal Space Program playthrough? We bring the final Kerbals home. Okay, we're just gonna sit. We turned off our comm net really quickly here just to get our just to get everything locked in. Man, our frames are terrible. This game is. I've got so much junk flying around the Kerbin system right now that like it is terrible. Can I even turn it on? Yeah, look at that. It's beautiful. Okay, I think that is about it right there. 4 pucks of Nestle Abuelas per gallon of milk. Add a generous amount of Fox You Bet coffee syrup and shredded nutmeg and a shredded cinnamon stick. Cook until boiling. Stir occasionally. Transfer to a thermos and pour into a cup with a shot of Bailey's and whipped cream. Ooh, that does sound yummy. That sounds really yummy. All right, here we go, everybody. We're going to jump to the Eve Ascent craft. Watch the frames drop. Oh, we got this. We can do it. If I can get this thing on the ground today for this stream, I think I'm prepared to call it. But if I have, because we're probably going to have to drive to it, which is going to be like a whole stream in and of itself. I mean, I'm sure some of you were here for the Eve road trip where it was we landed the space dump truck and it drove robotically to pick up the Kerbals. And it's like 2 hours of just driving across the surface of Eve. It took forever. The whiskey helps warm the soul. I mean, that is true. I love a good whiskey. I haven't had a great amount to celebrate IRL recently, but I do believe that is changing soon, I hope. And if I do, one of my favorite things to do in the world is to go to a nice cigar bar, sit in the bar, enjoy a cigar with a nice glass of whiskey. It's one of those things, it makes you feel wonderful. Something about the alcohol mixed with the obscene amount of nicotine in a cigar makes you feel great. Now, I don't smoke cigars very often. In my adult life, I've smoked like 0.2 cigars per year because it has to be a heck of a special occasion for me to damage my body. So, but I will do it on occasion. All right, set that as our target. And then we're going to grab our. Oh no, we don't want to go that way. We actually we're going inwards. We want to burn on this side of the planet. So let's get lined up. Okay.
Add maneuver. Let me double check my... There might be a more... There is an efficient way to do this. Okay, we actually do this just past here. And then we go beep. And we're probably going to have to do a couple burns here, folks. We're already at 9 minutes of burn time. That's not too bad. Okay. Okay, we're definitely off filter here. But I feel like we could change that if we need to. Put this in here. Yeah, it's not an ideal trajectory to plop us in, because we are definitely off of Eve's balance. But you know what? I'm going to F5 for safety, and getting us on plane with Eve, well, I'll tell you all what, that's a problem for future, John. Future poop, if you will. But a cold day will keep you warm for hours. It will. Oh my god, I love a good whiskey. Whiskey's just so expensive now. It's like $3 or $4, or it's like $30 or $40 for a good bottle. I guess my tastes have become better since I was younger. You know, when you're younger, like when I was in college, it was a lot about, can I get drunk? You know, can I get drunk with the boys? But, you know, now that I'm like older and I'm out of college, it's more along the lines of, does it taste good? Is it smooth? There is cheap whiskey, but you don't want that. Well, you know, like back in college, it was McCormick's, you know, came in a plastic bottle. You know, the goal was to get drunk at the party, not to enjoy yourself. Okay, we're looking at a 10-minute burn here. I usually grab a Power Irish for like 20 to... Power's Irish. Isn't get drunk for cheap the prime domain for vodka? Well, you know, vodka, whiskey, gin, you know, whatever your poison is. Tequila, if you're feeling that way. I've certainly enjoyed quite a few good tequilas in my day. Alright, so let's go ahead and bring it around town here. And get lined up for this burn. Now, as is always, the goal of starting this burn, and I may start it a little bit late, is to not be facing the planet and drop into the atmosphere. So we're going to just come around and get nice and close to the burn and find a moment where we won't be facing the planet, and then we're going to light the engines. I'm hoping to do this on a single burn, though I don't know if that's possible. This may take 2 burns at... you know, using the Oberth effect to get out of the system. Boop, boop. Let's see. We'll see how we can get lined up here, because we are facing directly towards the planet right now. And we do not want to start that burn that way, because that will drop us into the atmosphere. It's a 10-minute long burn, so it's not too bad. But we may have to make it in a couple shots. Okay. I definitely think we're going to be doing this burn a couple of times. So let's get lined up here. And we'll burn when we can burn. Normally, I like to put craft like this into higher orbits so that I can burn at earlier times. But that's not an option for this craft because it can't launch into a higher orbit, and I don't want to take the time to adjust it into one. Perhaps on our second journey to Eve, we'll boost it up into like a 90-kilometer orbit, but that's not what we're doing today. Okay, here we go. Let's start adding some Delta V in. All 28 engines are going. Actually, sorry, it only has 24 engines. My apologies. All 24 nuclear engines are now going. And what we're going to do here is we're just trying to make sure we don't enter the atmosphere, which we are now going to do. Damn it. Well, screw it. Okay, we're going to go to F9. All right, we're reloading a quick save, everybody, because I dropped this into the atmosphere. We're going to have to boost our orbit around Kerbin first. Once we have a boosted orbit up to about 90 kilometers, then we'll really quickly build our maneuver and fire out towards Eve. We just don't really have the capability right now to do super long burns at periapsis without dropping into the atmosphere. This thing we're going to have to baby this thing all the way to Eve. That is just what we have to do. It's just not a spacecraft where we can take, big risks or be stupid with it. I feel like this is right on the edge of what you should be able to launch realistically from the surface of a planet. Okay. We're going to bring our orbit up to 90 kilometers to give ourselves a little bit of time to... Okay. Let me go ahead and bring us around. This might mean we leave a little bit late for our maneuver or our journey to Eve, but I feel like these planetary alignments are somewhat, there's some fudge factor there. A couple minutes isn't going to make a huge difference. So we'll get aligned to our maneuver here. We'll boost up to 90 kilometers. And then when we've got our... once we're there, then we'll do our stuff. We'll make it work. Though I will say this thing's performance on the way into Kerbin's atmosphere left a lot, or actually impressed me greatly. I think that the double heat shield, I think the heat shield in the back producing that drag does hold us pretty stable. And since it's a heat shield, it is designed to stick out into that plasma stream. Okay, here we go. Let's go ahead and come around the planet, get lined up. Okay, let it do its final alignment. And we're going to bring our orbit up to 90 kilometers. But yeah, I do think it's probably going to take a couple of burns to get out of the system. Just this thing is going to take... It's going to take forever to burn. It's so gigantic. So we'll do one burn on one trip around, another burn on the next trip around, and we'll just go boop, boop, boop until we break out of the system and get our final burn. Why have we lost power? Why don't we have any electric charge? This thing has tons of batteries on it. Whatever, we're going to try the burn anyways. Oh my lord. Oh my lord. This stupid spacecraft. Alright, we're going to just come around the planet and grab some sun and figure out why we're not making any power. There's 1,300 electric charge on this thing. Okay. Okay, go ahead and get lined up, you big dumb thing. We're going to make this work. We're going to make it work. We can do this. I believe in our ability to do this. Like, if we get this thing onto the surface of Eve today, I'd be willing to call it a stream. Like, that would make me happy, because I think if we can get it to the surface, I think it has enough oomph to go. If it doesn't, I'm not building another one today. This has taken so long. And I will keep streaming Kerbal Space Program every weekend that I am capable until I get my Kerbals home. Then we can move on to Kerbal 2. Okay, we're going to watch our power really closely, because this thing is using a lot of power for some reason, and I'm not sure why. Okay, well, I want to get realigned up while we're in the sunlight to our maneuver nodes. We're nice and close. So we're making enough. Okay, it's locked back into place. Okay. All right, let's come around to the back side of the planet. What is burning so much power? Like, this thing just flies through electricity. Is it just it's trying to move? Okay, stop moving. I should have put a RTG on this thing. Come on. Okay, just settle in and stop fighting. The thing is, it's fighting itself. It's trying to it's got this roll. You know what? I'm just going to turn SAS off. It has this roll. What's it called? I can't even make the word. It has a roll oscillation that it gets into, and it just burns through its battery. The best part about having so little power... Alright, if this is what I have to do, this is going to be what I do. I am just gonna... I'm gonna put on enough throttle, just barely enough, to keep the batteries charging until we get to the maneuver. We're gonna burn through a little bit of our delta V that we need before the maneuver, but I do not care. Alright, so this is how we're gonna do it, everybody. This is my insane plan to make this work. Okay, come on. RTGs on every spacecraft from now on. Like, version B, block B of this thing is gonna have RTGs on it. There we go. That's one done. We're 74 meters above the atmosphere right now because that nearly dropped us in. Okay, we're going to add another maneuver here. I'm going to just bring it up and circularize. Okay. Here we go. I'm happy with that. In fact, we're not even going to worry about that until we're in the sun. So you just bring it around. It's going to die. It has died. Okay, we're back to full charge. I'm going to maneuver it to where it's going to face the sun now. Oh my god, solar panels are the worst. Which is weird, because this thing only has a single probe body on it. I'm not really sure why it's burning through so much power. Thankfully, once we kick it away from the Kerbin, it won't spend much time in the dark. Okay, we're just bringing it around now. I'm just going to hang out here. I don't want to time accelerate. This thing's super wobbly, super fragile. Not the most exciting part of the stream right now, everybody. We have huge burns coming up that aren't going to be exciting. But I want to get this thing to Eve today. So this could, even though I don't maybe won't take it off, this could still end up being one of my longer streams. Because we're trying to get through it. And yeah, as you said, Chris, all 24 firing and barely doing anything. It's so heavy. Its thrust to weight is so low. It will get better as we burn towards Eve. The thrust to weight will always improve as we burn through fuel. Okay, set that to 50. Okay, and we're just going to let it get lined up. You can see, once it gets lined up, the oscillations, the roll oscillation begins. And I don't know why it does this, but yeah, you can see it. Look at that roll oscillation. It just goes back and forth, just burning through power. Okay, let's go ahead and time accelerate up to our burn here. I want to get this done, and I want to get this thing heading towards Eve, because getting to Eve is going to take a lot of Delta V. Now, this thing has all the Delta V, but each time we burn through that Delta V and do one of these big burns, we got to just sit here and watch it. That is boring. I want to get to the fireworks, everybody. Okay, here we go. We weren't perfectly aligned, but I don't care. We're going to get up to 90, and we'll worry about it then. Okay, there we go. That's done. Burn taken care of. We are in our higher orbit. We're gonna go ahead and do that. Okay, we're gonna come around. Okay. I'm gonna put our maneuver right about there. Add maneuver. That'll break our capture, and then we're just going to do this. Okay, I don't like that, so we're going to grab this and try... Nope. Gosh darn it. Okay, not ideal, but it'll do. Set that as our target. We'll have to set another burn at the descending node to actually get our encounter, but I'm okay with that. We're going to fire blind here to try to just get this done. Okay, so we're looking at a 9-minute, 54-second burn here. This is going to be a big one. I don't know if we can do the entire... I doubt we're going to do the entire burn in a single go, so we'll probably hit it a couple of times. I'm going to start my burn at 20% before. And we'll see if that will get us off the... we won't drop into the planet again. That's what we have... Or the atmosphere again. That's what we have to avoid. And then we're going to be on our way to Eve. Finally, at hour almost 5, we will be on our way to Eve with our rescue craft. Like I said, I don't know if I'll be able to go much longer today. I'll try to make it to 6 hours today, everybody. Wherever we are at 6 hours, I may have to stop because I have to go do other things like eat and be an adult. But we'll see how close we can get, everybody. Because everybody's been super duper patient and fun. So we want to get this done. All right. And we are aligned to our trajectory. So let's start focusing on getting this done. We're going to go around the back. We will lose all of our power for some reason that I cannot fathom. This craft burns through an extraordinary amount of electricity. Still don't know why. No. Did we miss it? We missed it. Oh, you're kidding me. Come on. This is just... I hate this thing. Okay, align to your burn. We have to wait like the 10 minutes it takes this thing. Sorry, I keep hitting the wrong button by mistake. All right, align to your thing. Okay, come on. Here we go. Get you close to your burn. Okay. Let it finish aligning up. Okay, here we go. 30 seconds to burn. Imagine eating. I know, right? Lame. Lame. I mean, I'm probably going to have some more potato chips here in a second. I also need to go to the back. I want to get us trans-Eve injection. Like, I want to get the trans-Eve injection done before I go to the bathroom again. But I do have to go to the bathroom pretty bad right now. Okay, any second now. All right, how far down are we pointed? Okay, you know what? I'll take it. 1, go. That's going to be a 9-minute burn, all right. All right. Sorry, I'm eating again, everybody. I had to have another snack. We've been going for a very long time today. Still burning. And we're just going to burn about an equal amount past where we did. And then we will remake this maneuver. All right, that's one. Let's go ahead and kill that at the periapsis to maximize the Oberth effect. We're going to put the next maneuver. We're going to retarget Eve. We're just going to zoom out here, and we're going to try again. Okay, we just want to bring our periapsis down to be near Eve's orbit. Like I said, we're going to have to make another burn at the descending node to actually get our encounter, but right now we're just firing blind. We got more than enough delta V to do the job. Okay, we're going to set our computer to align to the burn. We are already very close to it. And then we're going to time accelerate back around again and try again. Okay, so we're going to go, whoa, all the way out, lose all of our power, get all of our power back. Because, yeah, something is seriously wrong with this craft. And we are fairly aligned to our maneuver now. So I'll kill it in like 1 second, or we'll start our burn another minute ahead. And we're just trying to get the maximum amount of efficiency that we possibly can. Not even really efficiency, just like kind of efficiency because of the weight of this thing. All right, here we go. We're doing another burn now. Slowly but surely, just pushing that apoapsis further and further away. Burns like this are how craft like ion craft, this is how they move around. They don't have enough thrust to get out of like Earth orbit in one burn, so they do 3 or 4 or 5 or 10 or 20. And they just push that apoapsis a little bit further away every single time. And once I break out of the system, then I just leave the burn going. Once I reach escape velocity from Kerbin. Alright, so now we just come in here. I'm going to kill this maneuver. Come on. We'll turn it off. How am I control locked? Okay, this game is getting very buggy 92 years into its play, into the simulation. Okay. We definitely appear to have a Mun encounter, which is going to affect us. But whatever, is it going to help or hurt us? I don't know if it's going to help or hurt us. I don't think we're actually going to get out of the system on the next burn anyways, so... I'm not much going to worry about it. Alright, so... we'll go ahead and do this next turn and burn. Craft is going to go dead again because something is wrong with it. That's okay. It's back to life. Let's go ahead and see if we can do this. All right. I think this is the one where we break out. We may have to fly by the mun. The mun might mess with it, but it looks, if we zoom all the way out, like we've got a pretty good trajectory here, so I'm not going to worry about the interference of the mun. I think this is going to be the one where we break out and push away. Oh my god, almost missed it there. Okay, here we go. This is the big one. 45 seconds. I don't want to time accelerate because I don't want to miss it. Maybe a little bit. Okay, we got a 3-minute burn here. Let's hope for the best. F5 for safety. Let's hope we don't hit the mun, everybody. Let's go. All right. Eve rescue mission is go. We are leaving the Kerbin system. We'll do another burn. We'll set up our maneuver at the descending node for our encounter. Then we will, if we get there in a reasonable amount of time, we're going to attempt re-entry if we can circularize our orbit, which also may take an apocalyptically long amount of time. Come on. We've had a lot of explosions today. We've had a lot of insanity. Now we're going to try to have the one success. Okay, we're almost there. Almost there. We'll take it. We're gonna fly, get a cool mun flyby, but we're out. She is set to go. We're gonna go ahead and kick her into a normal orbit here, so that she will be aligned for maximum solar awesomeness, so she can get plenty of yummy solar rays. Not solar arrays, solar rays. There we go. So I gotta ask everybody, what do we think our chances are on Eve? What do we think our shot is? If you're watching and you like to chat, definitely let me know. Just curious to see what everybody thinks we might actually be able to do here. Okay. I definitely think it's one of my cooler looking interplanetary stages. Easy landing, first try. First try? Heck yeah. I'm a believer as well. I believe the hard part has already been done. All right, let's time accelerate out away from Kerbin. We're going to enter the influence of the Mun. The Mun is almost going to hit us. Like, we're going to fly directly in front of the Mun. It's actually not going to help us. This is going to be a slight braking effect that the Mun's going to give us, but I'm not going to worry about that right now. Past the Mun and out of the Kerbin system. Goodbye, Kerbin. Goodbye. Off into interplanetary space. Okay, and we're out. Goodbye, Kerbin. We hope to see you again soon. Okay, next step. Boop boop. Okay, I want to focus the sun. I want to set Eve as my target. There we go, Kerbal. I knew you could figure it out. Okay. Let's go find my descending node here. Add maneuver. And we're just gonna be... Give us that encounter. There it was. It's gonna be a lot. Okay. Gonna need a lot of radial. That's okay. We have fuel in the tank. Come on, give me the encounter I want. Boom. There we go. That's it. We're gonna take the encounter. We'll make our adjustments at the Sol Periapsis. We're doing this. It's going to be a 9-minute burn that's going to take up an absolute crap load of our fuel. We are brute forcing this a little bit, but I want to get it done. We'll also probably end up coming in very, very fast to Eve, so we'll need as much Delta V as we can to slow down. But we're not making a return trip. This lander's job is to get onto the surface of Eve and come back to the orbit of Eve. Nothing else matters. It does look like my panels are probably going to face the sun for most of this. I'm actually going to leave it in its this set orientation. Okay. We're locked in there. All right, I'm going to go run to the bathroom real quick, everybody, and make Daddy Bezos some money as well as getting some water. And then when I get back, we're going to do this adjustment burn. We're going to get circularized to Eve. And if we have a little bit of extra time, we're going to attempt at least one re-entry to see how the craft works. We may have to do multiple attempts to see if we can actually hit our target. But the goal is, can we re-enter safely. All right. I will be right back, everybody. I will talk to you all in just a second.
Okay, we're going to test our audio here. Stepped away for a second, and we're back. Okay, everybody, here we go. Let's get back to work here. We got work to do. Thank you for... That breaks a little longer than normal. I had to go use the potty. Okay, we are aligned to our... Where is our maneuver? Okay, so we're going to set an alarm here. Apply changes in the, like, 2 frames a second we're getting because of this insane, stupid spaceship I've built. And when we do this next burn, I'm going to eat some cheese, because I'm literally, slowly but surely, getting enough food in me to count as a meal as we do these streams. Okay. Okay. All right, here we go. Just gonna fly around the system, having a good time, chilling out while I eat some string cheese. Now, this is a little bit more of an insane burn than I wanted to do. But once again, we're kind of gonna brute force. Okay, we're having some pretty severe technical difficulties with this craft. I don't know if you guys saw that, but it kept losing signal. I'm very concerned about this. Something appears to be fundamentally wrong with the way this craft does its electricity. But as long as it's good for the burns, it doesn't matter. I'm just worried about getting to Eve and not being able to do my braking burn. Okay. Okay, we are at 9 minutes. Sorry, 48 seconds to burn. Okay, here we go. All right. All 21 or 20 whatever, 24 engines are alight. And we are going to start really moving that orbit. Once again, this maneuver is about absolute brute force. We're just trying to get there. We're just trying to get to Eve. Let's go ahead and climb, accelerate this burn. Oh my god, basically nothing changes. We're going so slow. It's just a very... The thing is, normally, on most of these things, you're bringing such a small craft for both ascent and takeoff, blast off to orbit on a lot of these missions. Here, we're bringing so much weight with us that's not helping us do these burns. It's just sitting up there waiting for its chance to burn at Eve. This is kind of the challenge of it, if you guys play Kerbal, your Eve rocket is like the biggest one ever. Because it's just, there's so much mass you have to carry with you. I also considered, refueling this rocket on the surface of Eve. So, trying to find a place I could land nearby where I could set the rocket down, drill into Eve's surface, and begin harvesting to try to get it there quicker and easier. That just seemed like another overcomplication. This is brute force, but this is the simplest way to do it. At least that I can come up with. We're getting there, though. We're getting there. Slowly but surely. About halfway done with our burn right now. Like I said, I'm using this time for nummy nummy meal instead of really just a snack, which I've been eating. Trying to think of things, you know, kill the dead air here. It's probably worth looking at seeing how our radiators are doing. They are starting to get very hot. Nuclear engines do burn very, very hot. It is actually the reason that they are so efficient is they don't just heat fuel up, they like they hugely heat fuel up. And the better sorry, give me 1 second. Sorry, my body's coming apart. I don't normally stream this long. But yeah, the hotter you can get your fuel, the better your specific impulse will be, the more efficient it will be. Because the hotter you can get the fuel, the more it will expand, and the faster it will be going out of the nozzle. And you're speeding up that fuel to huge speeds. You know, every action has an equal and opposite reaction. So the faster you can get that set piece of mass out of your rocket, the more thrust you're going to get out of it. These are holding strong. These are almost maxed out. That's all right. Our burn is almost over. Okay, we're just holding to finish the burn now. 50 more seconds to go until we are finished. And then we should be on our intercept trajectory. We'll have a little under 4 kilometers a second left, which should be more than enough to get locked in, capture, and then re-enter. Total, we'll have nearly 12 kilometers a second left in this thing, but a lot of that is going to be for Eve. Okay. We're at 40 meters a second to go. I probably ended this a little earlier. I just don't want to miss it. I'm trying to be a little bit precise here now that we're actually going along in on our journey. It does look like right there, that is my encounter. Because we are getting a gravity assist from Eve's obscene mass. Okay, we do have a encounter. Okay, so now I want to focus view Eve. I want to set a maneuver at our periapsis here. Let's go ahead and zoom in. Oh, nearly perfect, actually. Wow. That's great. Okay. I am okay with that, yo. Let's take a little bit. Yeah, radial will do more here for less. And we just want to dial in a really, really nice, super tight orbit. That's a little too tight. Okay, we're going to be a little bit off on our plane, but that's adjustable through there.
Okay, what does that set us to? We're a little low. So let's bring it up just a little bit. And we're going to settle into a nice safe orbit, if we can, of about 114, 104. I was going to aim for 110, but I think I'm happy with that. So let's go ahead and align to our maneuver and see if that is acceptable and if that will keep us roughly where we want to be. Okay. There's no such thing as jinxing. I don't know. I'm a little bit, I can be a little bit superstitious. Okay. We're actually just going to align normal because this would face our panels away from the sun, and we cannot have that. So we'll just let the craft align itself normally. Okay, getting set up very slowly here, but that's okay. Not in a rush yet. All right, while we're doing that, let's zoom out here and grab that maneuver, set an alarm. We will apply changes. And we're set. We should be aligned. Close that. 86, 86. Okay, here we go. And we are time accelerating. You can see up there in the corner, for some reason, we just lose power every now and then. I can't figure it out. This thing, I think it's a time warp glitch that we have, because if we have power when we stop, we're good. It does look like we'll be capturing on the dark side, which makes sense. So we'll have to very carefully watch our electric charge as we come in. We really only need enough electric charge to light the engines. Then they'll produce enough power for us to finish the burn. That also means that it's probably a good idea that we enter on the light side of the planet. Not only because it looks cool, but also because it will give us the opportunity to ensure that we are at a full charge when we begin the process. Okay. Delete and close. Let's go ahead and quickly align to our maneuver here. We don't need a whole lot here. It's only going to take a little bit of snake venom to kill us. And as you can see, what we're really trying to do here is just get nice and close in to Eve. Not as many fireworks on this portion of the stream, but I promise you all they are probably... Success is not certain. Entertainment almost is guaranteed when we get to Eve. Okay. Just getting lined up to our burn here. As soon as we are, we're going to wait till it tells us to start. We're actually going to burn not at full thrust, because I don't like to do that for these little things. Thankfully, this thing's low thrust to weight ratio means it's extremely granular in our adjustments of thrust, or in our orbital adjustments, sorry. I've been streaming for a while today, everybody, so I am a little bit tired. But I think if we can get this thing on the ground, we have a very good shot of rescuing our Kerbals. Look at that horrible frame rate. Okay, ever so carefully. Let's take a look at this. We're looking for about 115,000 meters. Okay, we're not perfect. That's okay. What we're going to do is we're going to switch around. We're going to bring this thing back around, and we're going to do a small, like, half meter a second burn in the other direction. We just do not want to be in the atmosphere. So we brought more than enough fuel. If we can get this thing to rotate, it is so unbelievably slow and heavy and gigantic. You're just joining us. This is the craft in question. This is my Eve return mission. It's going to land, pick up a single Kerbal. I have 2 on the surface. Take off and bring them to orbit. And if it works, we will launch a second one. That second one will get our last Kerbal to orbit. And then we will hopefully be done. Okay. Bringing it around, just like this. I don't think it'll actually show us a maneuver because it's such a small amount that we overthrusted by. But I think I kind of memorized where it was. I think we need to be about here. Just about here is where we need to be. Yeah, you can see the arrow beginning to move, so we're pretty much on the money. So what we're going to do is we're just going to stop there. Come on, stop rotating, you giant dumb thing. You know what? I don't have time for this, so I'm just going to time accelerate for a second. And that stops our rotation. Little cheat there. And we're just going to do this. Perfect. That's what we need. Okay. 113,000 kilometer orbit, or 113,000 meter orbit. Add maneuver. Let's see if we can do it. Can we capture? Okay, there's our capture, and I'm happy with that. That's all we need. It's a 5-minute long burn, so it's going to take a minute. But if we can just capture, then we'll worry about circularization. We'll go through a couple cycles and circularize our orbit after that. But that right there is our capture burn. We're going to set an alarm. So I'm going to go to apply changes. We're going to go into storage mode. So this will take just a second, and once we're there, we'll time accelerate up to our capture burn. But it is a very heavy spacecraft, the heaviest one I've ever built. I believe the lander stage, without the fairing or any of the parachutes, anything that gets it down to the ground, just the rocket, is 150 tons. So yeah, easily the largest payload I've ever launched. Okay. And the reason we're setting it like this is just so some of my solar panels are always in the light. And here we go. I'm going to go ahead and F5 again because things are going kind of well. Drink some water. Let's close that up. Let's keep an eye on our resources. Let's go to the map. And let's get the rest of the way to Eve. And you can see, even though I have good view on the sun, my panels lose charge all the time. It's very annoying because it means that when we need to do a burn, we may be without charge, even though I'm in full view of the sunlight, which appears to be some kind of bug. Okay. And we're just going to stay at this level of time acceleration on the way in because I don't want to lose that. I don't want to lose that battery power. So it'll take just a second to get close, but that's all right. We have all the time in the world. You can see I have a veritable fleet of ships around Eve because this mission has been a long time coming. I've had Kerbals on the surface for a very long time. I have numerous fuel depots in orbit that have set waiting for the day in which they will be called down to a lower orbit in order to refuel the mothership that has been in orbit forever, which I believe is this craft right here, Poop Rocket Eve Edition 1. We have the original Eve dump truck, which is wrecked on the surface. We have Eve dump truck 2 probe. We have just debris is everywhere on the surface of this planet. We have numerous relays in orbit around to try to get signal. Eve has been my white whale, I guess you could say, in this game. It has been very difficult to actually get a good... All right. Delete and close. Let's go ahead and align. Okay. We should still be in the sun till the very last second here. And we want to kind of just... I mean, we're only 48 seconds away from our burn, so we're going to start it on the sun side. We've got to watch our periapsis very close. We do not want to touch the atmosphere here. Eve's atmosphere, certain death. Certain death. It is incredibly thick, the atmosphere. So the moment you drop into it, it's like dropping into soup. Hence the huge fairing that is still over my landing rocket, which will protect it on the way into Eve's atmosphere. Along with 2 inflatable heat shields. Okay, so we're going to get aligned here. Just like this. There we go. Just in time to begin our burn. Okay, 10 seconds. And we're just going to capture here. We're not going to try to circularize. We'll do that later. Okay, their burn is going. We're going to hit physics time acceleration on. I'm not a big fan of physics time acceleration, but I'm okay with it with this craft because the thrust is so unbelievably low. Our thrust to weight ratio, I think, is currently standing at 0.15. So just nothing. But the mighty 24 Nerva engines are burning their hearts out right now to get us stopped. Following this burn, we will circularize and then attempt to drop at least one time. We will attempt a atmospheric re-entry today. We may have to wait till the next our next stream to get that atmospheric re-entry totally dialed in so that we can set this craft down near our Kerbals. But I think I owe everyone here at least the chance to see the fireworks. We are just burning through an absolutely colossal amount of liquid fuel here to get stopped. And once again, really just waiting for a capture, watching our periapsis very, very closely. We want to keep that above the atmosphere. While the machine is designed to go into the atmosphere and land there, a large portion of it is, we want to watch our re-entry very carefully. Eve is one of those places you really kind of just want to dip your toe in when you're re-entering. You want to give yourself plenty of time to slow down in the upper wisps of the atmosphere before you begin falling super deep into the planet. Because once you fall super deep, it's like there are a couple of density layers in that atmosphere. It's like hitting a brick wall for your spacecraft. You're going to be at huge G loads, 5, 6, 7, 10 Gs. Okay. And we're just going to keep bringing our apoapsis down. Still got 3 kilometers a second in the tank. Things are looking great. Probably looking pretty good on our heat generation, too. Okay, getting ready for engine cutoff. Engine cutoff. We're here. We did it, everybody. Let's go ahead and get our craft out of the shadow of Eve, because we burn through electricity when we're behind planets on this craft for some reason. Okay, I want to see if we can circularize. Give me a second, have to sneeze. Big sneezies. Sorry, my allergies are crazy today. All right, so now we're going to circularize. Now, I'm hoping we can just do this on the next orbit, which it's looking like we're going to be able to. Okay, actually we're not, but that's okay. Let's get to about here. We'll do a nice 2-minute burn, which will drop us down to here, and then that will mean that we'll have to do like 1 or 2 more. That's okay. I got time. Okay. We are facing the sun if we're in position for this maneuver. We're going to check that. And we're just going to bring her back around and we'll do it again. Well, I like it. Let's do it again. Okay, the antennas are good. We have antennas on the top and bottom of this thing on those plates to give us good comms. The goal here is we really, comms are going to be a problem with this thing. If we bring it down close enough to certain craft, we'll be able to relay through it. I don't even think this thing has relay capability. We'll see. All right, bringing it back around town. Let's go. Beow. Okay, and it's gonna stop the time acceleration. We're gonna do a 2-minute burn here. Begin circularization. If we had a smaller craft, we wouldn't have to do it this way, but because this thing is so giant and its thrust to weight is so low, we have to do a couple of tries here to just reasonably come around the planet and get our burns done. Okay, you need to be aligning to your maneuver. Why are you not doing that? We have power. Oh, it is. It's just super duper slow and crappy. Okay, lined up. Checking our periapsis, making sure it is good. 32 seconds to this next burn, so let's go ahead and time accelerate up to that. Okay, missed it by a little bit, but we don't have to be precise here. And here we go. All 24 nuclear engines are going. And the apoapsis begins to fall again. It is a pretty good sight to see it going down that quickly. The fact that we still have 2,900 meters a second in the tank is also making me feel very good. I kind of knew that I built this thing a little bit too big, but it's so heavy, that landing stage, that I was just thinking that maybe, just maybe, we might need it if we needed to brute force an encounter with Eve, that we'd be very low on fuel by the time we got here. It does take like a 5-minute burn from its nuclear engines to actually get into orbit around Kerbin, because it's just so unwieldy and awful. But that's okay. It doesn't have to be perfect, it just has to do its job. Alright, that's another burn. Alright, so now we'll set up another maneuver here. Add maneuver. Let's see if we can do it here. No, we're doing about 200 meters of second of delta V at a time. So I think it's going to take a couple more. Let's do 300 this time, just to try to get this done a little quicker. We're just trying to avoid dropping into the atmosphere. We're not ready for that yet. Plus, we'll need to wait for a good window to go in where we have good comm satellite coverage. We have, we want our landing zone to be in the daytime, so we can see where we're going to land. Now, in the past, the craft I dropped into Eve had a fair amount of atmospheric control right up until they didn't. This one basically has no control. It goes in the way it goes in. And you just kind of hope for the best. We're going to go ahead and get it lined up. You know what? We don't need to worry about lining it up. We're just going to stop it there, and I am going to time accelerate around the back of the planet. We're going to lose power for a second. We have power back. Power is reacquired. Okay. The biggest thing I'm scared of is when I start ejecting all of my landing stages and stuff off. There's not a lot of antennas on the actual landing stage. So we're going to have to wait till just the right time to get it down. Okay. I should have set an alarm for this so I don't have to play this game, but I forgot to. So we'll just play this game really quickly. When we hit about 1 minute, I'm going to stop because I got to give this thing time to align. It's so gigantic and garbagey that it needs a lot of time to align for its maneuver. It's amazing to think that we're at, 100,000 meters here. So all this below is just atmosphere. It's just super thick, super crappy atmosphere. Okay, it is slowly lining itself up. It's definitely trying to turn to its maneuver. Oh, never mind, it was not. I didn't have it clicked, but it's going to do it now. There she goes. Come on, big girl. You got this. All right. Move that out of my way over there. Okay. All right, now we're just going to slowly speed up. And here we go. Okay, and we are burning through the periapsis. Here we go.
Not a lot of chats right now, and that's okay. I'm sure I'm just talking to people as they do other things, which is always a good way to listen to Twitch. Okay, watching our periapsis very close here, as we do not want it to change too much. Okay, and we're gonna just... I've noticed, and I'm sure there's a good explanation for this mathematically, that the closer you get into a planet, lowering your periapsis takes more and more and more delta V the closer you get it in. And I mean, that seems dumb to say, but it's like a small change in velocity can affect a massive change in your periapsis if you're in a highly elliptical orbit. But if you're in one that's, you know, you're trying to make it circular, you do get to the point where you are affecting very, very, very large change, or very, very small changes with a lot of delta V. All right, I think we're going to go for it on the next time around. I'm going to F5 just in case for safety. And we're going to bring the ship around, and we're going to do this one last time, I hope. Apply changes. Here we go. Okay, we're dark. We lost signal there, I think, not power. No, we just lost power. That's all right. We'll have to deal with that. That'll just be something we learn to deal with this spacecraft. It's absolute hatred of holding on to electricity. We're going to let the alarm catch us here. Okay. All right. Delete and close. Not quite sure why that happened. Apparently it's starting to burn later than it wanted to. I'm not quite sure what's going on here. This ship is just super duper buggy. I'm also, KSP, trying to build a B-1 Lancer. I feel like swing wings are hard. I've never really figured out robotics. Like, I'm too dumb. Okay, so... we're going to be just about in the spot to land this thing orbitally. And we're looking pretty good here. Yeah, for some reason the alarm caught me very late here. Oh, trust me, robotics together with Arrow is interesting. I have heard in Kerbal 2 they have made a lot of changes to the Arrow. And that the Arrow is... it's not perfect right now, but there's the foundation for it to not be horrible. All right, I didn't expect to have to make another burn here because I thought we had done it right there. So we're going to try this again. Add maneuver. I want it to be circular. Okay, there was my circularization. Okay. All right, so we're going to set our alarm, apply changes, and we're going to bring it around town. Okay, here we go. ETA to burn. Delete and close. Let's bring this up. Okay, we got a minute here. We'll finally be circular, and then we're going to try to put this thing down. Gosh darn it.
I'm ready to be done. It's not that I don't like hanging out with everybody on stream here. I think I genuinely have the best community ever. Everybody's really polite and super supportive. I think literally it's just I'm so tired of Eve kicking my butt right now. Okay. So, okay. Checking my power. Electric charge is good. 2, 1. Let's go. Okay, it's only been 5 hours and 48 minutes and 5 revisions exactly. It's been a while. This is a long stream today. Like I said, I usually don't stream for more than about 3 to 4 hours. I want to get in there, entertain everybody, say hi to people, and when I start to feel like it's dragging, I don't like to keep going. Like I don't like to have that dead air. But, today I really wanted to push it because I want to show everybody here that we're making meaningful progress with Eve. I was hoping to actually land and get astronauts off, but it took a freaking bajillion, minutes to actually get any sort of, craft that could get into space. But, we're going to be in Eve. We're going to have a circular Eve orbit very, very soon. That's going to be very cool because it means that we'll be able to begin setting up landings. Now you can see it's early morning for my Kerbals on the surface here. That is not good. I need it to be mid-afternoon for them so I can come around the planet and I have plenty of time to set up my burns and land. There is not a lot of battery on the landing craft. Batteries are weight, and weight is the enemy. We'll call that done. That is a very circular orbit. We're a little high. I think we'll be okay. I think we're going to be okay. We're going to F5 here. But we are in orbit now. I'm going to go ahead and set this thing into storage mode so it can begin sucking up rays of sunlight as it passes the planet each orbit, each time around. Because we're going to do a couple orbits here and let the planet rotate into an ideal orientation for our attempt at landing. One way or another, there's going to be some fireworks because we're taking our interplanetary stage into the atmosphere with us. It's not set up to be a relay. We have no deorbit stage. We are taking all 24 Nervas into the atmosphere next to us. I promised fireworks, everybody. We're gonna get them. All right, so let's go ahead and get set up. As soon as we hit this, we're gonna go ahead and just warp around the planet, get back into the sunlight. We're gonna just lose power a lot. That's okay. And we're gonna let this weird bug play out on the surface. Okay. Ever so gently. Just going to lose power, bring power back, lose power, bring power back, lose power, bring power back. And we want to get it set so that just in orbital sunrise, we can begin making our maneuvers. I've gotten pretty good at dropping things into Eve. Not so good about getting them back, but I feel like I've gotten pretty good at dropping things into this planet.
All right, I think that's pretty good. We're going to come around here. The nice thing is Eve rotates very, very, very slowly. So we're going to come back around. We're going to lose all of our battery power. That's okay. So we'll be dead in the water. The moment we get power back, there's our power back. All right, here we go. We're going to set our we're going to F5 for safety here. This is going to be our save point for our attempts. I'm going to go to retrograde. It'll take a fair amount of time for this thing to maneuver into retrograde because of the weight. And we're going to try a 68 kilometer periaps, basically right on top of our landing site here, and we're going to see if that works. Okay, we're going to lock a Dijad here. Come on, baby, let's go. You were built for a reason, and that reason is now. Okay. Burning. Come on. 80, 78, 77, 76, 75, 74. There's 70. Come on, let's go. 69. 68. All right, 67, close enough. All right, we're going to go back into a normal mode for orbit, what I like to call disassembly mode. While we're doing that, we are going to begin it's going to let this thing, as it comes up here, throw us with a little bit of force to get us away, some separation from our interplanetary stage. Here we go, everybody. Re-entry at Eve. It either works or it doesn't. I don't think we're going to hit the exact spot we want to today, but I promised fireworks at the end of this stream, so I'm going to give them to you. Here we go. Heat shield 1. Good. Separation's going really well. Heat shield 2. Good. Okay, we're going to align. Once again, you can see the energy burn on this thing is just unreal. Genuinely, the next one of these I send to Eve is going to carry some RTGs in it. Because, yeah, there's nothing I can do about the energy burn right now. It is always going to be really bad on this thing, I've decided. I'm actually worried about us having enough energy to get into the atmosphere. I can't really, from the outside, hibernate my probe core. So we're just going to have to hope for the best. But I'm hoping once we get stabilized here, it'll be a lot less. Yeah, we're losing every couple of seconds, we're losing power here. Why is it doing this? That is a question. Can I just hold it in alignment? No, come on, stop. Come on. Yeah, you can see this roll. This roll is just going back and forth, back and forth. And no matter what, like, I stopped it there for a second, and then it just starts up again. You can see it start again.
This roll oscillation is just the dumbest thing ever. And it's going to make it so that we can't re-enter. Like, if I time accelerate right now, we... maybe not too bad. Okay, maybe this will work. Let's hope it works, everybody. I don't think it's gonna. I think we don't have enough electricity. Yeah, I think we're gonna have electrical problems. I'm really concerned about it. Like I said, Eve has just been my white whale. Like, this planet has just killed me. Okay, we're starting to see some atmospheric effect here on a barometer. We are seeing the craft use very little power now. It seems to be settled in and happy. So you can see our interplanetary stage down there, slowly coasting away from us. I separated pretty early here because I wanted to get as far away from that thing as I could, because it's going to fly into a million pieces. All right, we're starting to see some heating effects. Starting to see the aerodynamic effects affect the ascent, or the interplanetary stage there, which is slowly falling away from us. It does create a lot more drag than we do. Here's hoping for the best, everybody. Oh, I'm so nervous. I just want it to work so bad, everybody. There have been so many tries. Like, all right, here's the crater lake. We need to fly over the crater lake, and on the isthmus beyond. I can never say that word. We want to land. It's like 100 or something kilometers across. It wasn't a great place to land the first time, but that's where the space dump truck came down. We're still speeding up, unfortunately. Very concerning. But I'm hoping... The biggest problem with this thing, I think, is I'm hoping it'll be more aerodynamically stable than our last attempt. If it is more aerodynamically stable, though, the problem is it's going to remain in line. And the big concern there becomes, are we going to be able to stop? It's so heavy. Our re-entry weight right now is probably 175 tons. Like, we are coming in with just the most mass I've ever re-entered. Not just in this stream playthrough, but in any playthrough that I've ever played in this game ever. I've never had a craft that is this unbelievably heavy. Re-enter a planet. As you saw earlier when we had our impromptu test on Kerbin, unless I have my multi-stage parachute system perfectly set, getting this thing to actually stop is going to be, I think, a major problem. And not tear itself apart in the process. We are still speeding up. I think we're going to miss our Kerbals, but that's okay. This is just a test and tune. It would be great to be able to start this stream next time knowing that this thing can actually land. I think that would be a great way to end it here, because we know that the next stream I do, we stand a high likelihood of at least trying to get some Kerbals off the surface. All right, the wind effect is starting. We're beginning to see the plasma. What did they call it on the IFT launch? The plasma blanket is beginning to form. And we are starting to lose speed ever so gently. Will it be enough? Okay. Not as exciting as I was hoping. I guess that's probably a good thing, though, right? We don't want a ton of excitement here. We want this to be a by-the-book re-entry. Okay, we're starting to decelerate a fair bit more. This is the landmass that my Kerbals are on that are down on the ground. I can hear explosions in the distance from our interplanetary stage coming apart. It is starting to get very hot now. I do not think we're going to get down to our Kerbals down there on this peninsula, but that's okay. There they are down there, I actually believe. The game has acknowledged that we are going to land. There they are. There are my Kerbals. But I don't think we're going to land this time near them, but that's okay. This is about can the craft survive re-entry. We'll worry about actually touching down possibly on our next session. Or if I get really excited, we may push this to 7 hours and try again. We'll see. We'll see, everybody. Okay, so we're going to want to do a little bit lower of a periapsis next time. That's okay. That's good. Okay. We are definitely landing on Eve, though it looks like we're going to hit this ocean. It's holding itself pretty well. Okay, this is pretty good. In fact, I'm so confident now. I'm so confident right now, we're actually gonna restart because this landing, because I actually think it's doable now. Our periapsis is a little bit high, so we're gonna dive a little bit more aggressively into the atmosphere. That was set at 68. We're gonna try 64. There's a brick wall in this atmosphere. It doesn't look like it, but it is a density layer, and when you hit it, all hell breaks loose. So what we're going to try to do is we're going to, as quick as we can, get lined up and do our braking burn here. We're going to set our periapsis to 64. Other thing we're going to do is we're going to stay with the mothership until the very, very last second. What that means is we'll keep our batteries charged right up until the last second. So we're just going to let this ship slowly but surely bring itself around. Set our periapsis to 64 instead of 68. And we will see if that does enough. Come on, we got this. Okay, let's go to our maneuver section here. Okay, come on. Come on. Come on. Okay, here we go. Okay, going to 68 there. And then 66, 65, 64. There we go. Close enough. All right, now we're going to realign to normal. And I'm actually going to, just to save time, pop this heat shield open. There we go. So one heat shield is already inflated. And the plan is going to be we're going to remain with the mothership down to like maybe 100,000 or maybe like 99 or 98, as low as we can go. And at the last second, we'll break away from it, rotate into retrograde, and pop our heat shield, our inflatable heat shield on the bottom open, and hope that that gives us enough battery power to reach the surface. Because I have all my solar panels on this thing open up, they fold, meaning that they're all going to get torn apart by arrow forces. I didn't put any flat solar panels on it. It doesn't have any RTGs. I thought I'd be okay. I am not. But that's, you know, you live, you learn. But now we're in orbit, so we need to get this done. So we're going to come down 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. Okay, here we go. Okay. I want to be rotated retrograde. I'm going to have to push the other craft a little bit out of the way. Yep, come on, push it out of the way. You got it. Push it over. Okay. Inflate our heat shield. This is probably not the safest way to re-enter what we're about to do here. Because we have some physical interactions happening between our two craft. But we'll wait it out. I'm hoping that when the wind catches, when the upper wisps of the atmosphere begin catching our interplanetary stage here, which is slowly coasting away from us. That's very nice. It will, yeah, there we go. It'll just move away from us. All right, here we go. We're just going to wait till the game itself stops us. Okay. All right, we start feeling meaningful effects of the atmosphere at 90 kilometers, meaning we could actually separate later next time if we need to. Okay. Going to move into position now and begin our re-entry. All right. When have we ever chosen the safest option? That's not what the Cabanastani space program is all about. We don't do safe. We do insane. You can see the arrow effects beginning to heavily affect our interplanetary stage here. We have good signal to a fuel depot. So that's just going to tumble away from us now as it catches the wind more than our entry craft does. Sorry for the... I don't know if you guys can hear the creaks in my chair. I want to get a better chair eventually, but this one's all I got right now, so... it's an okay chair. It's just kind of old and beaten up. Creaks and squeaks a lot. Okay, here we go. Now, I want to make it clear, this craft is not capable of slowing its descent via rocket engine. All the rocket engines have crap on the bottom of them. So we cannot fire the engines. The parachutes have to do the job. We don't really get to choose where we land. So this is kind of going to be a crapshoot. This craft, unlike my other reentry vehicles that used air brakes for control, this has no control. Now, at this point, we are now committed. We fall where we fall. Oh, you're kidding me. I think we've developed... Yep, you can see that roll oscillation starting again, which is just not what we need right now.
Okay. All right. We are starting to fall into the atmosphere really nicely. The frame rate is terrible right now. I am sorry for the slideshow, everybody. All right, there's the crater lake that we have to fly over. What we really want to start seeing is those plasma effects soon. We are starting to hear the explosions of the interplanetary stage behind us right there. It is beginning to come apart. Oh, come on, Eve. I've sacrificed so much metal to your, so much metal, composites, plastics to your atmosphere. It's all good. It adds atmosphere. The craft creaking under the heavy forces. I mean, genuinely, there are parts of Eve, the reentries typically, where you will see 5, 6, 10 Gs. You know, it's if I play Kerbal Space Program 2 and we do Blackout, like the Kerbals can G-Lock, I think that'd be interesting because it would make Eve exceptionally hard. Essentially, you'd have to have a probe body on the craft so that when the Kerbals G-Lock, the craft will robotically land while they're unconscious. We are still accelerating. I'd love to roll level, but I don't want to introduce another roll oscillation that kills my battery, so we're just going to commit right now. We are heading over the crater lake. Drogue chutes are ready. And we're getting hot. The heat shields are doing their job, though. Okay, the camera has changed. We're going to Eve. Waiting for that brick wall, everybody. Alright, no way to time accelerate. Wouldn't want to if we could. Getting very hot. You can see the remains of the craft burning up over that crater lake, where they will fall into the petrochemical ocean here and hopefully be entombed forever. I think we're going to commit on this one, even if we're over the water. I just want to see if we can get... I want to see if the drogue chutes and everything work. Because it does look like we're going to have to go dive even deeper into the atmosphere to actually affect the braking effect we want. But I am assuming that we are about to hit the brick wall. Yeah, we're definitely going to have to go in a bit deeper, which we'll do next time. I'll write down what this was, and we'll go a couple kilometers in deeper. But first, we're going to try it, everybody. Let's see if it actually works. Okay, here we go. Come on. It's about 60 kilometers. We really begin to hit something. So that's what we'll aim for next time. We'll aim for a periapsis of 60. Alright, there's the threshold. It's actually 57, it looks like.
You can see the G's beginning to rise ever so carefully as we really begin to start bleeding off speed. So yeah, it looks like 57 is what we're going to need to aim for. I might try one more time. But first I want to see if this thing actually works. If we can get under shoot, I'll be happy with it. So we'll see if it works. Up to 1 G of deceleration now. Really starting to get hot here. We're burning through a ton of electrical power. You can see the yaw and pitch fighting desperately to keep us in line. 2 Gs. 3 Gs. 4. 5. We are losing coordination. 6 Gs. 7 Gs. G-load is beginning to fall. Ladies and gentlemen, I think that might be it. I think, and we didn't even miss by that much, I think it works. Okay, we just caught our surface. Yeah, we just caught our surface navigation. So we're gonna wait. We're still bleeding off tons of velocity. We're kind of waiting. Whoa, there we go. Knew that was coming. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and turn SAS off right now, actually, and just let it plummet. Okay, we're waiting to get undershoot. Coming towards the water very quickly. We need to get undershoot really quickly right now. Aero forces are going to be really high. Okay. I'm hoping these chutes inflate soon and will flip us around. That's what we want. But I'm beginning to become concerned that they are not producing nearly enough drag. We need them to inflate any second now. So we need to set their inflation time to be sooner. I think that's what we're learning here. That's okay. Are they going to hold at 200 meters a second? I don't know if any part of this thing is going to hold. But I'm going to wait. I want to see them inflate, and if we need to, we'll rapidly schedule disassembly this craft and get it set for landing. But it's in the wrong orientation. This thing has to be flipped around. Okay. New plan. Deploy. Whoa, buddy. Woo, okay. All right. All right. Hey, we're not using any battery power right now, everybody. Oh, and we lost a bunch of parachutes. Oh, no. That's all right. That's all right. We got a lot more parachutes where that came from. Okay. Okay, we're going a little fast. Not really comfortable. The decoupling worked really well, though. I mean, it got everything away from the craft, you know? We're still going a little too fast. I'm a little concerned about our speed right now. Also, I'm really concerned about that. Okay, 6 meters a second is not bad, folks. Not bad. Look how many chutes we have. Oh my god, look at that. Oh, there are so many. Alright, let's go ahead and pop this sucker. Let's jettison this. This is our dress rehearsal here, folks. We are dress rehearsaling this. I heard the guy who designed this had been to Eve before and knows what he's doing. Does he, though? Alright. Okay, lights. Actually, we're not going to turn lights on because we need to save our battery. Okay, this isn't designed for a water landing, everybody, but we're just... This is a test and tune. That is a lot of parachutes right there. I'm pretty pleased. This is like the most successful re-entry we've ever had. All right. Here's what we're gonna do. We're reloading. Yeah, thank God parachutes don't collide in this. Otherwise, this would not work. All right, here's what we're gonna do, everybody. We're gonna reload. I'm gonna pause. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. We're gonna make Daddy Bezos a little bit of money. When I come back, we did 64 kilometers last time. We're going to do 58 this time, and we're giving it a genuine shot. We're going to try to do it, okay? We're going to try. We're going to put these Kerbals, or not these Kerbals, we're going to put this craft on the ground. Okay. Okay, we're paused. I'm going to go on break for like a couple minutes here, get some water, get some... use the restroom, make Daddy Bezos some money, and when I get back, we're giving it the full go.
Oh, there we go. And I'm muted. Now I'm unmuted. Welcome, Penguin. If you're still here, I just got back. And we're going to give it one more shot today. I keep saying one more time, but it's like I feel it. I feel this could be the one. Okay, let's align retrograde. Let's do our burn. We want to be at, I think 58 kilometers would be a good one. Maybe 59. We'll try 58. We did 64. Let's try 58. And if we stop short, we're going to know it's somewhere in between. Okay, here we go. But yes, that metal, that is my sea shanty. I believe it is copyright free, and that's what I play on my commercial breaks or my breaks when I go to the bathroom. So when I'm not making Daddy Bezos money, that is the song that plays. Okay, let's go ahead and bring our resources up. Okay, we're going to get locked in here, folks, and we're going to give it one more shot. Pinguino. I call him the Bees Man. The Bezos, the Bees Man. All right, here we go. Locked in. Throttle up. Okay, almost there. That's 80. 70. 59, 58. There we go. All right. This is going to be a violent re-entry, everybody. Violent re-entry would be a good name for a band. While we're turning, we're going to go ahead and pop this heat shield open. All right, everybody. Pinguino, you joined at the right time if you're still there. Because this is going to be this is for the marbles, everybody. We're going to give it one more shot, I think, today. Hopefully. Everyone who owns an AWS legal website has to legally call Jeff Bezos Daddy Jeff. Because he's the sugar daddy of the web hosters. I'm pretty sure VR Chat is hosted on AWS, which is just hilarious to me. By the way, everybody, I do want to get this avatar imported into VR Chat and do some VR Chat streams. There's a couple of really cool and interesting worlds that I know of through some friends. My friends actually made most of them. So they would be fun to explore with everybody. So let me know if you guys would like to see that. I have to talk to some friends who can help me with Unity to import this avatar. But, it's a pretty good avatar. It does have a full body. So I think that it would be fun to use. What's the boo, Pinguino? What's the boo for? I was watching but not chatting. Oh, okay. Well, that's cool. You don't have to chat. I don't require it. I just, wanted to say hi because I missed you during the commercial break. Tried years ago to make a custom Skyrim player model for VRC, but Unity Hub hates me, and Bethesda uses black magic to rig their models. Bethesda uses the creation engine to rig their crap, and the creation engine is ancient. Bro just has to use a gargantuan heat shield as a parachute. Yeah, just wait till you see what happens here. Oh, that reminds me, crud and a half. I didn't get to those. Oh, this is going to be a very violent re-entry because I didn't get to the one thing I needed to do. Ugh! I needed to change those parachutes. Can I find them in here? Okay, altitude. Open at max altitude. Okay, there we go. Now we're ready. All right, everybody. Here we go, everybody. This is this is going to be my last attempt for today. I do believe this craft can do it. That game is slower than my grandma. Holy shit. Oh yeah. My frames are low because this is a very complex craft. Okay, here we go. And we're going to go down to like 95 before we eject. We're going as far as we can into the atmosphere.
before the game will allow us to, because we want to just maintain our battery as much as we can. All right, here we go. Good luck, everybody. No going back now. We are committed. Okay. Moving into retrograde mode. Inflating heat shield. Heat shield inflated. Getting locked into our... Okay. We're in retrograde position. And we're going to just start falling till we hit 90 kilometers. Okay, here we go. This is, so we'll know if we stop short, this is too aggressive. So then we'll probably go up to like 61 kilometers, split the difference with our periapsis, and see if it works. But we are much closer to our interplanetary stage. I do believe the air, as you can see it, the aerodynamic forces are beginning to catch it and pull it away from us. This is an incredibly complex, if you're just joining us, landing system. All of these stages that you see up until I think here are just for re-entry and landing. It is a very complex multi-stage parachute system, a la very similar to when we did the space dump truck. This will not have a powered landing mode like the space dump truck did. There will be no thrusters to set it down. This thing sets down only under parachute and has no control. So if we land on a slope and it falls over and blows up, we got to try the whole re-entry again. Okay, we are developing a... that roll... What have I called that in the past? The roll oscillation has started again there, and I managed to catch it. But it burnt up a lot of power. Yeah, we're gonna... The next one of these that we send into the atmosphere at Eve for our other astronaut is going to carry RTGs on board. So there's 80 kilometers. We're starting to see some heating. And now we're just going to wait, folks. Radar altimeter is on. There is the crater lake coming over the horizon now. We need to fly over that and land on the landmass beyond. This is my last attempt for today. If I don't get it today, we'll try it again next time. I think the idea of this machine is very sound. I think this works. I just don't know if we'll get the exact specification that we need today. Okay, my computer's working very hard right now. There are a great number of forces at work. It does. It is kind of like a giant grain silo. I mean, this thing is stories tall. You know, I made, the fairing is, polished stainless steel or, whatever. It's shiny in honor of Starship IFT-3. Okay, here we go. Actually, we're going to turn our radar altimeter off. We're not going to worry about that for now. That seems a little, what's the word? Can't think of the word right now. I've been streaming too long today. That seems a little optimistic.
Okay, there's our change in camera angle. We're going in. We ain't coming back. Okay, the goal now is just to hold it steady. When we begin to tumble, I'm going to turn off the SAS because it will no longer be needed and we need to conserve our battery power. You can hear in the background over there, you can see the explosions of the interplanetary stage. I only wish we could follow it down and enjoy the fireworks. But we are looking towards the present here as we really begin to put on speed. All right, the plan is over this landmass, we hit that what I like to call that atmospheric brick wall that just slams on the brakes for the craft. Come on. Come on, we got it. $64 kilometers. Not really feeling those G's super hard yet. Okay, we need to be a little bit lower, I think. But we'll see. 58 kilometers. We're dropping quick. We're going to start seeing the rise in our G's. And if we see that soon, we might have a shot. There's something down there on the ground right there. I don't know what that is. Oh, never mind. It's just a glitch. Just a train glitch. There's some wreckage from a former landing. Okay, come on. The G's are beginning to rise pretty suddenly. I'm hoping we stop. There is the space dump truck right there. Come on, baby. Stop, stop, stop. Even if we don't get that close, I still might reload. As long as we land on the land, we can test the landing system. Welp. Not what I wanted. Screw it. One more time. One more time. One more time. I have an idea. I have a really good idea. I have a good idea then. It's okay. It's okay. We're going to make it work this time. I'm going to change my... I'm going to do... While braking, I'm going to do a mild plane change in the orbit, which will give us more land to land on. Because it'll take us a little bit south. Yes. Yes, I am smart. Big smirt. Big smirt. We're going to try one more time. Okay. Okay, come on. Okay, we're going to change our to let it auto take us to retrograde really quickly. We're going to try one more time. I'm feeling it. I know that this is doable. Maybe. Okay. And this thing is super wobbly. Okay.
Just going to go down ever so slightly. You don't need to deviate this orbit by a lot. Okay, now we're going to rotate it back up. We're hoping. Let's take a look and see if that worked. Okay. That did. It dropped our... You can see our plane change here now. That dropped us... We'll have a little more room to try to stop and get landed. I also dropped our periapsis 1.5 kilometers lower because I think we're pretty close here. So we're going to let this craft come back up and reset up for... And then we're going to ride it in as close as we can to the atmosphere to keep the power. You are correct, Chris. Eve has never given me what I wanted. This planet is literally my white whale. It is the only thing that is preventing me from playing Kerbal Space Program 2. Like, I must beat Eve. I must win against Eve. Okay, we're locked in. Let's go ahead and check that. Everything's good. Okay, here we go. It looks kind of like it's wearing a hat. Okay, here we go. Okay, everybody, one last try. I said that last time, but I mean it this time. I have to go do crap today. Eventually, I have to make food that's not, a snack. But here we go. This could be it. I want this to be it. I believe this will be it. Okay. This is going to be my most aggressive re-entry into Eve ever. Okay, so we're having that severe roll oscillation. So we're just going to tap this. Basically tell it to stop roll oscillating. Okay, there doesn't seem to be a way to really cancel that roll oscillation out because it's still fighting to do it. Okay, come on, here we go. Let's do it. You can see it just going back and forth over there. I don't know what's causing it, and I don't know how to fix it. So we're just going to put RTGs on this thing next time. Yeah, it's really severe on this re-entry, that oscillation. Like, it just won't stop going back and forth. You can see it if you look closely. You can see it just rocking back and forth nonstop. All of my ships in this playthrough have done that. I don't know what causes it, but they all rock all the time. And it just sits there and burns through battery. You know? I tried to fix it, but now it just gets more severe. I wish I could just remove roll authority from the SAS, but I wouldn't know how to do that. I mean, the main drag is the heat shield, and that's since you did not have any... Well, yeah, but my spacecraft do it too. If you watch some of my old VODs on YouTube, you can see when I'm doing burns out in the middle of nowhere, the craft will just sit there and rock while it's doing them. It's been happening this whole playthrough, and in cases like this, it's extremely annoying because it's burning my battery up. All right, well, I'm not going to worry about it. We either run out of battery or we don't. The next craft I send up here... Well, yeah, that's probably it. The next craft I send up here is going to have RTGs on it. That's just how it's got to be. Okay, here we go. Here's the crater lake. We're at a much lower altitude than we normally are going over it. I think our big problem here is, unlike everything else I've re-entered on Eve, this thing weighs 150 tons. So it takes a fair amount of air to actually stop it. Okay. Alright, we already got our orbital change much earlier this time. Also, as you remember, I did a small plane change on that deorbit burn in an attempt to give us more land mass to try to hit. We don't want to be 100 kilometers away from the space dump truck. If we are, we're going to have to do an entire stream of me just driving along, which we can do. We might want to do, like, a stream where you guys send me some videos or something. I mean, genuinely, it probably weighs more than everything else that's been put on Eve combined, including the wreckage. Like, yeah, because there are 2 space dump trucks sitting on the surface of Eve. There's a capsule. There's all the accoutrement that came down with it. Yeah, there's not that much stuff on Eve. Most of the stuff I ever drop into here dies in the atmosphere. Okay, that roll oscillation has gotten real small now, so I think we're going to be okay. Like I said, I'd love to roll level, but we're not going to do that. We're just going to ride it in this way. Okay. That's 66 kilometers. We're really starting to feel it. We want to hit that high G load almost when we hit this coast. That would be ideal. But I'm hoping now that we've adjusted our trajectory ever so slightly to the south, that we'll have a little bit more room to set down here. See, we're heading over this tiny lake here. We're heading almost directly over it, where in the past we went through this way. 57K is when we start slamming into a wall. You can start to see right now, you can start to see the G load begin to rise ever so slightly. I'm looking to see a pretty severe hit here pretty soon.
Okay, there's some first set of debris. Come on, baby, stop. That's a half G. Come on, stop. Alright, there's our stuff. I thought I'd be further south. We'll have to, if we do have to do this again, we'll have to adjust. Right now, I'd just love to see this thing on the ground. That's a G right there. Alright, well, you know what? We're going to test, no matter what happens, we're going to test a re-entry with our new parachute settings. And we got to see if we can get this thing apart without it tearing itself apart like it did last time. Okay, G-load's getting really high there. That's 8 Gs, or 7 Gs. Okay, we've lost coordination. Shutting down SAS. I'm just going to let it fall now. We're not going to get... I mean, part of me wants to be excited. We're not getting down on the coast. Plus, even if we did, we're hundreds of kilometers away. Yeah, we were falling sideways, but if you look, we were only going about 1 kilometer and some change a second. We weren't going mega fast. Alright, let's test our landing systems. Maybe. Even if we land here comfortably, we're gonna reload because we're too far away. But let's test our landing systems. Okay. That's good. Okay. Crap! What blew up? What did we lose? I got greedy there and wanted to get this thing open soon. We lost something. Did we lose an engine? Okay, the engines are the most valuable thing and they're good. I don't know what we lost, but we lost something. It might have just been the heat shield. Alright, we're waiting for this thing to right itself. It's gonna have to right itself. Putting in as much drag on the front as I possibly can. Okay. But yeah, it does appear to be a fairly stout craft. Okay, we're falling at 139 meters a second. So this is going to be violent, but it's not going to be that bad. Maybe. All right, here comes the most exciting part, everybody. Okay. Kind of was hoping for something better than that. Let's pop the next stage of chutes. It's gotta right itself. Come on, sit up straight. Here we go. Oh! That was violent. Okay, next stage. Hope for the best. Here we go.
If this works, I'm just going to be happy. We're going to call it a stream, even though I've got to reload it and try it again next time. We're just going to call it a stream. Okay, the chutes are all... The hundreds of chutes are open. There they go. And down to 6.2 meters a second at 800 meters up. Not ideal, not great, but it works. Now, the problem is we're not landing on perfectly level ground, which is what this thing kind of requires. So don't worry, we're gonna get another episode of Space Truck. There's no way I land this thing within 50 kilometers of our landing site when we do our final landing. There's no way. So we're gonna get Space Trucky. Do not worry. The other thing too is, god damn, we're passing 7 hours right now. But if I set this thing down on the ground and it doesn't destroy itself, one wonders what its takeoff performance looks like. One wonders. One wonders. More chutes opening up. You can see the debris directly above us. That's true. I do like where your head's at, Chris. But yeah, you can see Eve dump truck probe over there. I've landed in this area before. Now, if that was my actual other craft, I'd be very sad, but it is not. We're not on the most unlevel ground here, but I'm not going to say we're level. We're going to go kick SAS on. We're coming down at 6 meters a second. Do I dare risk a solar panel opening? I don't think I dare. We'll see if we can hold it on the SAS, but I doubt we can. We're probably going to tip this sucker over. That's all right. It's okay. I don't really have a genuine amount of control here. We're at the mercy of the Kerbal gods now. It may mean that we have to rebuild parts of this. We're learning. Okay, here we go. This is probably going to blow up. Here we go, everybody. No way. Okay, it's sliding down the hill, everybody. But it's stable. Okay. Okay, that was curious. That's all right. Right, next step. Okay. All right, everybody. Let's test its performance. And now we know something new. It does not like to take off. All right. All right. Let's go ahead and quit the main menu. I think we learned a lot today. I don't know what that last part was. We're gonna have to investigate that. But we can do that on the surface of Kerbin. If we can get this thing landed, we'll go back and investigate that problem on the surface of Kerbin. But I think we learned a lot today. We had one of our most successful landings after many, many tries on Eve. I think that we have a plan for the future now to get these Kerbals off of Eve. I will definitely be streaming next weekend. So look for some terrible Half-Life gameplay. And definitely look for some Kerbal gameplay next weekend. If you stuck around this long or you're watching this on VOD, thank you so much for... thank you for that clip. I'm going to download all the clips that you guys have made, and I'm going to throw some shorts up on YouTube, because YouTube seems to like those little shorts. So if you guys really like the clips and stuff, definitely come over and check out the YouTube channel. What else? Blah, 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 plugging everything. Thank you guys so much for sticking around this long. Today was super fun. Once again, I didn't want to stop once we were getting close. I think we might have a winner here. I think we just got to get we got to figure out there's one or two little issues, and if we figure them out, we win. So I will catch everybody later. Thank you so much for stopping by. Have a great day or a great rest of your weekend, and I will see you all next weekend.